Imagine Deku facing a new kind of power, optic blasts. But what if these weren't just energy beams, but a quirk-fueled manifestation, and pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits? This isn't just about bigger explosions, and it's about the unforeseen challenges and moral dilemmas that would reshape his entire heroic journey. And get ready to explore a what-if scenario that changes everything you know about Deku. So watch till the end. And I have a patron, and you can find patron-only content and behind the scenes. It's not necessary, but you can support my channel with it. And please check out all the details in the description and jump right into the video.
The first time Midoriya Izuku learned to fear his own eyes, he was 4 years old and staring at a toy. It was a cheap plastic hero figure, blue suit, red cape, grin painted on like it was permanent. The kind of toy you squeeze and it yells a catchphrase in a tinny speaker. Izuku loved it because the smile never changed. Smiles didn't change. Smiles didn't slip. Smiles didn't. He blinked, and the world exploded forward. Not in fire. Not in light. In force. A sound like a battering ram hitting a wall, and the air itself punched out from Izuku's face. The toy didn't just fly. It vanished, blasted across the living room, slammed into the TV stand, and shattered into pieces that skittered like frightened insects. The curtain behind it snapped loose. A frame. D photo leapt off the wall and cracked on the floor. A plant pot toppled, dirt spraying like confetti. Izuku froze mid-breath. His mother screamed his name. He didn't understand what he'd done. His eyes were still open, wide, wet, confused, and that was the worst part. Because the blast didn't feel like something he threw. It felt like something he'd unlocked. Something behind his eyes had opened like a door. A door that wanted to stay open. Zizuku. Inko Midoriya stumbled toward him, hands shaking, face drained. Don't look at me. Close your eyes, baby, close your eyes. Izuku squeezed his eyelids shut so hard it hurt. Like if he pressed enough, he could push the door back into place. Silence. Except for his own heartbeat, which suddenly sounded too loud for a small body. Inko's breath came in broken pieces. Okay. She whispered, like she was talking to a bomb. Okay. You're okay. Mommy's here. You're okay. Izuku swallowed and whispered back, Mama, did I break it? He meant the toy. He meant the TV. He meant, without knowing the word for it, the rules. Inko knelt in front of him, but she didn't touch him right away. She looked at his eyes like they were a storm she didn't know how to name. We'll fix it, she said, voice trembling with a brave smile she was forcing into shape. We'll fix everything. Behind the smile, fear lived. Izuku felt it, and something inside him, some strange new instinct, understood that fear was dangerous. Because fear made the door want to open again. The doctor's office smelled like disinfectant and old magazines. Izuku sat on the paper-covered chair with his hands in his lap. Feet not reaching the floor. He kept his chin tucked down. Looking up meant looking at people. Looking at people meant, what if? Inko sat beside him, shoulders tense. Fingers interlocked like she was praying without words. The doctor was kind in the way adults sometimes were when they didn't know whether to be excited or cautious. This is rare, he said, tapping the chart. But not unheard of. An emission-type quirk centered in the optic nerves. Izuku frowned. I quirk. The doctor smiled gently. In simple terms, yes. He turned a monitor to face them. A diagram of a face. Lines leading from the brain to the eyes. A highlighted pathway. Your eyes emit a form of kinetic energy, the doctor explained. Not heat. Not flames. Force. A concussive blast. Izuku blinked once. Reflexively, and the doctor immediately held up a hand. Don't worry, don't worry. In here, it's safe. We have reinforced glass. Izuku clamped his eyelids shut again. His stomach twisted. I don't want it. Inko's breath hitched. She rubbed his back, but even that touch felt careful, like she wasn't sure what kind of child she had now. The doctor sighed. Quirks don't ask permission, Midoriya-kun. He looked to Inko. The bigger concern is control. Most emission quirks have an internal trigger, a muscle flex, a breath technique, a conscious activation. He paused, then added, quieter. Your son's is less cooperative. Inko whispered, what do you mean? The doctor leaned forward. We believe the gate is tied to his eyelids and optic focus. When the eyes are Open and the optic pathway is engaged, the quirk wants to discharge. Izuku didn't fully understand, but he caught the shape of it. Open eyes equals danger. But he can just not use it, right? Inko asked, desperate. The doctor hesitated. That hesitation was the loudest sound in the room. We can try suppression, he said. Specialized eyewear, visors, filters. There are support companies that. But he's not a villain, Inko snapped. Suddenly fierce. Her eyes shone with tears that didn't fall. He's a good boy. I didn't say he wasn't, the doctor said quickly. I'm saying society is not always kind to power that looks scary. Izuku's fingers curled into the paper on the chair. He thought of the toy again. The sound of it breaking. The feeling of something inside his face pushing outward like it was trying to escape. He whispered, "Will I hurt people?" Inko turned to him immediately. "No, never. You'll learn." The doctor's voice softened. "With training and the right gear, you can live safely, Midoriya-kun." Live, Izuku repeated. Not be a hero. Not save people. Just, live. The next few years taught Izuku a painful truth. Living was hard enough. His goggles came first. They were ugly. Bulky things Inko ordered after 3 weeks of sleepless nights and frantic phone calls. Thick lenses. Rubber straps. A safety lock that fogged the inside so badly Izuku could barely see his own hands. But they worked. Mostly. Sometimes, when Izuku got excited or scared, pressure built behind his eyes like a balloon swelling against bone. The goggles would tremble. The lenses would thrum with a low vibration like a trapped insect. Inko would notice immediately. "Zuku," she'd say, calm voice, even when her hands shook. "Breathe. Count for me." Izuku would inhale. 1, 2, 3. The pressure would ease. Sometimes. Other times. It didn't. Once, at age 6, he laughed too hard at a cartoon and the door cracked open. The blast didn't go straight forward. It burst down, because he'd been looking toward the floor. The wooden plank beneath his feet splintered. He fell backward, tears startled out of him, and Inko grabbed him before he hit his head. They both sat on the kitchen tiles after that, shaking. Staring at the broken floor like it had betrayed them. Inko whispered, "We're okay." Izuku whispered back, "I didn't mean." "I know," she said, and this time she held him tight. Tight like she could squeeze the danger out. Izuku learned then, accidents didn't care about intention. Only control mattered. And he didn't have it. Not yet. At school, the other kids didn't know the science words. They knew, danger. They knew, don't stare at him. The first day Izuku wore goggles to class, a boy whispered, "Is he sick?" A girl whispered back, "My dad says villains wear stuff like that." Izuku kept his hands on his desk and his chin down. He tried to pretend he couldn't hear. But he heard everything. He heard the teacher pause too long before calling on him. He heard the way airs scooted away when group projects were assigned. He heard how laughter stopped when he walked too close. And then Katsuki Bakugo got his quirk. It happened in the schoolyard like a fireworks show. Katsuki's palms popped with small explosions, smoke curling off his skin like he'd always been made for it. The other kids swarmed him. They cheered. They clapped. They shouted his nickname like it was already a hero name. "Kachan. Do it again." Izuku stood at the edge, goggles fogging, heart thudding. He wanted to cheer too. He wanted to be close. He wanted to say, "That's amazing, Kachan." But Katsuki turned and saw him. And the look on Katsuki's face, sharp, bright, cruel, was like a slap. "What are you staring at?" Katsuki barked. Izuku flinched so hard his goggles shifted. He reached up to fix them with trembling fingers. I'm not staring," Izuku stammered quirk. Katsuki marched over like a storm in a human body. He stopped so close Izuku could smell smoke. "You're creepy," Katsuki said. Voice low enough to feel like a secret. "Like a villain." Izuku's throat tightened. "I'm not. Your eyes are dangerous," Katsuki continued, smiling like it was funny. "My mom said they should have put you in some special class." Izuku's cheeks burned. He wanted to scream. He wanted to argue. He wanted to tell Katsuki that being feared wasn't a choice. But the pressure behind his eyes stirred. Fear, anger, humiliation. The door twitched. Izuku panicked. He squeezed his eyes shut. Katsuki scoffed. "Yeah, that's what I thought," and walked away with everyone following him. Izuku stood there, eyes shut behind fogging lenses. breathing like he'd just run a marathon. Somewhere in his chest, something small and bright cracked. Not the dream, not yet, but a piece of the way he used to look at the world without flinching. That night, Izuku lay in bed and listened to hero videos on his old tablet with the screen turned away. He couldn't watch them, not really, but he could listen. All Might's voice was a sunrise. Big, warm, certain. I am here. Izuku smiled into his pillow. He imagined being like that, so strong and kind that people felt safe just from hearing your name. Then his smile faded, because Izuku knew the truth. Heroes had to look at the world. Heroes had to see. And Izuku learned to live with his eyes half closed like he was always bracing for impact. Still, he dreamed. When he was alone, he practiced. Not blasting. Not the big, terrifying blasts. Just micro moments. In his closet, he'd hang a soft foam target against the wall. He'd stand 3 meters away, wearing his goggles, visor locked. Then he'd do something that felt like defying gravity. He'd unlock the safety latch for the smallest fraction of a second. A blink, a heartbeat, a controlled opening, any thump of force that made the foam target wobble. Izuku would immediately lock the visor again, chest heaving. His whole body shook like he'd just wrestled a monster. But the foam target moved. Not shattered, not destroyed, moved, controlled. He'd whisper to himself, again, until Inko knocked softly on the door and said, "Zuku, sweetie, your eyes, are you okay?" Izuku would swallow and say, "I'm fine, Mom." He wasn't fine, but he was trying. By the time Izuku was 14, he had 2 different sets of goggles. The safe set, thick, reinforced, ugly, reliable. And the practice set, still ugly, but modified with his own hands. He'd bought spare parts with allowance money and scavenged old straps from secondhand stores. He'd added a crude shutter mechanism that could open in small increments. It wasn't legal support tech. It wasn't approved, but it was his. He kept it hidden like a secret identity. Because in a world where everyone celebrated flashy quirks, Izuku's POW'er felt like something that needed permission to exist. And permission was expensive. That day, the day everything changed, started like any other. Middle school hallways. Noise. Shoes squeaking. Someone yelling about a test. Katsuki's laugh cutting through it all like a blade. Izuku kept his eyes down behind the safe goggles. He walked carefully. Don't trip. Don't bump into anyone. Don't become an accident. After school, Izuku took the longer route home. Fewer people. More side streets. Less chance of someone shoving him for fun. He'd learned how to move like a ghost. Quiet. Unseen. Ironically. Because being seen always meant being watched. And being watched made him tense. And tension made the door twitch. Izuku turned a corner and heard a shout. A woman's scream. A metallic screech like tires on pavement. His head snapped up on. And he immediately regretted it. A delivery truck had jumped the curb. Not fully. Not wildly. But enough. It slid sideways on wet pavement, skidding toward a bus stop where 2 kids stood frozen. Izuku's brain went white hot. No time to think. No time to call for help. No time to be scared. Just move. Izuku sprinted. His shoes slapped water. His breath tore out of him. The kids at the bus stop stared like deer. The truck's horn blared, long and panicked. Izuku reached for his goggles latch, fingers shaking. He could use a full blast. A big one. But if he did, where would it go? If he hit the truck too hard, it could flip. If it flipped, it could crush the kids anyway. If it bounced, it could hit pedestrians. Izuku felt the familiar pressure behind his eyes. Fear tried to open the door. He forced it shut with sheer will. He whispered, "Count. 1, 2, 3. His fingers found the shutter. He turned his head slightly, not directly at the truck's cabin, but at the side panel. Aiming low, he planted his feet wide like he'd seen heroes do. He braced his core, neck tight, jaw clenched, and he opened the shutter. A blink. The blast struck like a hammer. Not loud like an explosion. Loud like the world getting punched. The truck jerked sideways, forced back toward the street, tires squealing as the concussive force shoved it away from the curb. Izuku's body rocked backward from recoil. His neck screamed. His knees almost buckled. He slammed the shutter closed immediately. The truck slid back onto the road and came to a shuddering stop, inches away from disaster. For one breath, everything was silent. Then the kids started crying. The driver climbed out, face pale. "Oh my God, oh my God." People began shouting. Someone ran to the kids. Someone else shouted, "Call an ambulance." Izuku stood there trembling, chest heaving, goggles vibrating from the aftershock. His eyes burned like someone had poured sand into them. But the kids were alive. The bus stop sign was still standing. No collateral, no crater, no shattered buildings. Just a shove, just enough. Izuku swallowed a sob that tried to escape. He turned to leave. Because that's what he always did after accidents and near accidents. Disappear. Before anyone could decide what he was. But a shadow fell over him. A large shadow. A shadow shaped like a mountain. Izuku froze. A voice boomed overhead, warm, shocked, and unmistakable. "Young man." Izuku's heart tried to climb out of his throat. He slowly tilted his head up. A figure stood there in a tan coat and sunglasses, too broad to be real. Posture casual but presence overwhelming. Even in disguise, Izuku knew. Because heroes didn't sound like everyone else. All Might crouched slightly, bringing his face closer to Izuku's level. His smile was hidden by the sunglasses, but Izuku could feel it anyway. "I saw what you did," All Might said quietly. Izuku's hands clenched into fists at his sides. I didn't hurt anyone. I swear I didn't." All Might raised a hand, gently stopping him. "I know," he said. "That's the point." Izuku blinked behind his goggles. His eyes stung. All Might's voice softened, like he was choosing each word carefully. "You used an incredibly dangerous power, and you used it with restraint. You aimed. You braced. You thought about the people around you." Izuku's throat tightened. "I was just scared." "Yes," All Might said. "And somehow he sounded proud of that. And you still moved." Izuku's breath trembled. "I can't be a hero," he whispered automatically, like it was a law. "Everyone says, my quirk, my eyes." All Might leaned in closer. "I don't care what everyone says," he said. Izuku froze. Because nobody ever said that. Not like that. Not with that certainty. All Might continued. "I'm not going to make promises I can't keep. Your power is volatile. It could hurt you. It could hurt others. And you're going to have to work harder than most people can imagine." Izuku's chest ached. But All Might wasn't done. "And still," he said, voice steady, "I watched you choose responsibility over fear. Card. Simple. Clean. A number. A time. Meet me," All Might said. "Tomorrow. After school. There's something I want to talk to you about." Izuku stared at the card like it might vanish. His hands shook as he took it. All Might turned away as if he had places to be, because he always did, but he paused. Without looking back, he added, "And, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku's eyes widened. How? All Might's mouth quirked. A hero pays attention. Then he walked off into the crowd like he belonged to the sky. Izuku stood there in the damp air, holding the card with both hands like it was fragile. Like it was holy. Like it was dangerous. Behind his goggles, his eyes burned. But for the first time, the burn didn't feel like a curse. It felt like a beginning. The next day dragged. Not because school was hard, Izuku had gotten good at letting words slide off him like rain. Not because Bakugo was louder than usual, he always was. Not because his classmates whispered when his goggles fogged, Izuku had learned how to pretend he didn't hear. It dragged because there was a card in his pocket that felt heavier than gravity. A hero had seen him. Not his quirk. Not his danger. Him. Every time Izuku's fingers brushed the edge of that card, his stomach flipped like he was falling and flying at the same time. He made it through class on muscle memory. He took notes he wouldn't remember writing. He nodded when teachers spoke. He answered questions like a robot programmed to be normal. Then the bell rang and the hallway flooded with noise and bodies and careless movement. Izuku held his backpack straps tight and slipped out like he always did, fast, quiet, invisible. The meeting Ot All Might had given him was a little park tucked between two apartment buildings. Not a famous place. Not a hero statue place. Just a patch of grass and a bench and a vending machine that rattled if you kicked it. Which meant it was safe. Izuku arrived 10 minutes early anyway. He sat on the bench with his knees bouncing and stared at the ground, because staring at the world still felt like tempting fate. 5 minutes later, a shadow fell across his shoes. Young man. The voice hit him like sunlight. Izuku jerked up so fast his goggles fogged instantly. All Might. All Might stood there in his big hero form this time, not bothering with disguise. He was so large he seemed to make the park smaller just by existing. He folded his arms and smiled. Thank you for coming. Izuku swallowed. Of course. Thank you for yesterday. All Might's smile softened. I meant what I said. What you did was heroic. Izuku's heart tried to explode in a good way. All Might motioned to the bench. May I sit? Izuku scooted over so fast he almost fell off. All Might sat carefully, like the bench was made of paper and he was trying not to crush it. Then he turned his gaze to Izuku, serious now. Midoriya, he said, tell me honestly, what do you want? Izuku didn't hesitate. I want to be a hero, he said, voice shaking like it was too big for his throat. I want to save people. I want to. He stopped, because the words were squeezing his chest. Because saying it out loud always made the dream feel like it might get taken away. All Might nodded slowly. Then we need to talk about your eyes. Izuku's hands clenched in his lap. All Might continued, your quirk is powerful. Extremely so. But it's also unstable. I watched you yesterday. I saw the way you braced. The way you aimed. All Might's eyes sharpened. You weren't improvising. You've practiced. Izuku flushed. I try. My mom helped me with breathing and counting. I built a shutter. All Might held up a hand. That's impressive. But here's the problem. You're fighting your quirk's nature. And hero work will push you into situations where fear and urgency will try to yank that gate open. Izuku nodded, throat tight. I know. All Might leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Midoriya, if I offered you a path toward being a hero, would you take it, even if it meant your power might become even harder to control? Izuku blinked. Even harder. All Might reached into his coat. For a moment Izuku thought he was going to pull out a hero license or something. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook. Old, worn, filled with scribbles. I've been searching for a successor, All Might said quietly. The park suddenly felt too quiet. Izuku's breath caught. A successor. All Might's voice dropped. My power is not infinite. One day, it will be gone. And when that day comes, the symbol of peace must not disappear with it. Izuku's mouth went dry. You mean, one for all? All Might watched him carefully. You know about it. Izuku nodded quickly. I've read theories. And old interviews. And the way your strength doesn't match any normal enhancer quirk. People online talk about it but, it's always rumors. All Might let out a small, surprised laugh. You really do pay attention. Then he grew serious again. One for all can be passed on. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs so hard it hurt. All Might held Izuku's gaze. I want to pass it to you. The world tilted. Izuku's hands went numb. He felt like he should scream or cry or laugh, but his body forgot how. Me, he whispered. But, why? There are people with better quirks. Stronger quirks. Safer quirks. People who. All Might interrupted gently. Power is not what makes a hero. You proved that. Izuku's vision blurred behind his goggles. Tears fogged the lenses even more. All Might continued, however, one for all will interact with your quirk. And we don't fully know how. Izuku forced his breathing steady. How would it interact? All Might tapped the notebook. One for all boosts physical ability by flooding the body with stored power. But it can also amplify the user's natural quirk factor. In your case, he paused. In your case, your eyes may become the easiest exit for that power. Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might said softly, meaning the optic gate could become more pressurized. More eager to open. More destructive. Izuku stared at his hands. He imagined the truck yesterday. He imagined if that blast had been 10 times stronger. If the truck had flipped and crushed the kids anyway. If the street had cracked open. If. His chest tightened. All Might leaned closer. This is why I'm asking. Do you still want it? Izuku's throat burned. The dream was right there, close enough to touch. But so was the fear. His mother's trembling hands. The broken floor. The whispers at school. Bakugo's words. Villain. Izuku looked up. All Might, he said, voice small but steady. Yesterday, I didn't save them because I was confident. I saved them because I couldn't not. He swallowed hard. If One for All makes my eyes worse, then I just have to become better. All Might's smile returned, wide, bright, proud, and almost painful to look at. Then, All Might said, "We begin." Training started the next morning. All Might met Izuku at a quiet beach, the same kind of place people used for jogging and dog walking and pretending life was simple. Except the beach was full of trash. Mountains of it. Old refrigerators, broken chairs, tangled fishing nets, half-buried tires. It looked like the ocean had gotten tired of humanity and tried to spit it all back out. Izuku stared. "This is a lot." All Might nodded. "You need a body strong enough to handle One for All. And in your case, you need a body strong enough to handle recoil." Recoil. Izuku felt that word in his spine. All Might gestured to the trash. "You will clean this beach." Izuku blinked. "By myself." All Might grinned. "With my guidance. And your determination." Izuku looked at the mountain of garbage and felt something in him rise. Not fear. Challenge. "Okay." He SD'd him on the shoulder, gently, but still hard enough to make Izuku wobble. That's the spirit. Izuku spent the first day hauling trash with his arms and legs like a normal kid. The second day, he tried using a tiny optic push to shove a refrigerator. It moved, and the recoil nearly snapped his neck. Izuku stumbled backward, choking, eyes burning behind the goggles. All Might caught him immediately. "Don't panic," All Might said, firm. "Breathe. Brace your core." Izuku gasped. It yanked me back." "Yes," All Might said. "Your blasts are concussive force. Newton's third law applies. If you punch the world punches you back." Izuku groaned. "So, I'm punching the world, with my eyes." All Might smiled. "Exactly." Izuku wanted to laugh. Instead he swallowed and said, "So what do I do?" All Might's expression sharpened. "You train your neck, your back, your core. You learn stance. You learn aim. And you learn restraint." Izuku nodded and wiped his face with his sleeve. All Might continued, "Your body must become the tripod that holds the cannon steady." Izuku stared out at the beach again. Cannon. That word made his stomach twist. But he lifted a trash bag anyway. And kept going. Weeks passed. Izuku's muscles began to show up like they were finally arriving at the party. His breathing improved. His stance became more stable. His recoil got less catastrophic. He learned to do blink shots, to nudge debris instead of blasting it into orbit. He practiced aiming down, into sand, into piles, into safe directions. All Might taught him a rule that became a mantra. Never fire without a safe backdrop. Izuku memorized it like it was a prayer. Then came the day All Might said, "It's time." They stood at the edge of the beach, away from people. The ocean was loud. The wind was cold. All Might's face was serious. "I will transfer One for All to you," he said. "But you must understand, once you receive it, you cannot undo it." Izuku's heart hammered. "I understand." All Might held up a single strand of hair between his fingers. Izuku stared. All Might looked mildly embarrassed. "Yes, I know. This is strange. But you must ingest my DNA." Izuku's face went red. Okay." He took the hair like it was a sacred relic and tried not to gag when he swallowed it. All Might stepped back. Silence. For a moment, nothing happened. Izuku blinked behind his goggles. "Did it work?" All Might nodded. "It will take some time to integrate. But yes, One for All is now." Izuku suddenly doubled over. His stomach clenched like a fist. His veins burned. It felt like someone poured hot electricity through his bones. He gasped, What?" All Might grabbed his shoulders. "Steady. Breathe. Let it settle." Izuku tried. He tried so hard. But inside him, something woke up. Not gently. Violently. One for All wasn't a new quirk so much as a storm moving into his bloodstream. He felt power surge through his arms, his legs, his chest. And then it rushed upward. Toward his head. Toward his eyes. Izuku's breath hitched. Pressure built behind his goggles like a balloon trying to burst. "Oh no," he whispered. All Might's eyes widened. "Midoriya, lock your visor. Lock it now." "It is locked," Izuku cried. The goggles began to vibrate. The lenses hummed. Izuku's vision blurred. The world felt too close. Too fragile. His quirk, his optic gate, didn't just twitch. It slammed against the lock like an animal trying to escape. Izuku felt panic rise like acid. If it opens even a little. The beach, the buildings, people, his mom. He clenched his fist so hard his nails dug into his palms. Count, he whispered to himself. Count, count, count. 1, 2, 3. The pressure screamed. 4, 5. He couldn't breathe. All Might's hands tightened on his shoulders. Midoriya, listen to me. Focus on your core. Pull it down. Like you're dragging a rope. Izuku tried. He imagined grabbing the power inside him and yanking it away from his face. Down, down, down. For 1 second, it worked. The vibration eased. Izuku exhaled a sob. Then the gate hit again. And the goggles, latch cracked. A tiny fracture line spider webbed across the lens. Izuku's blood turned cold. All Might swore under his breath. Damn, Izuku whispered, All Might, if it breaks. All Might's voice became steel. Then I stop you. Quote. Izuku looked up, shaking. How? All Might's eyes were fierce. With my body, if I have to. Izuku's throat closed. All Might wasn't joking. The symbol of peak. He was willing to stand in front of his eyes like a shield. And that made Izuku feel something worse than fear. Guilt. Because if All Might took that blast, All Might would die. Izuku forced his breathing steady again. Tears spilling behind the goggles. No, Izuku whispered. No, I won't. He clenched his jaw. He pulled the power down again, not gently, angrily. Down, down, down. His muscles tremble. Like he was holding up a collapsing building. The pressure resisted. One for All fought him like a tide. Izuku's knees shook. His vision narrowed. The cracked lens trembled. And then, the power settled. Not gone. Not safe. But, contained. Izuku sagged forward, panting. All Might held him upright. For a moment, neither spoke. The ocean roared like it was laughing. All Might finally exhaled. That confirmed my fear. Izuku whispered. Horse, it wants to come out through my eyes. All Might nodded grimly. Yes. Izuku's hands shook. So what do we do? All Might stared at the cracked goggles. Then looked toward the city skyline in the distance. We build you something stronger, All Might said. Izuku swallowed, voice tiny. A visor. All Might nodded. A visor. A lock. A failsafe. He looked back at Izuku, expression firm. And we train you until you become your own failsafe. Izuku's chest rose and fell like he was trying to breathe through a storm. He stared at his reflection in the cracked lens. A boy with dangerous eyes. A boy with a dream too big for his fear. Izuku whispered, okay. All Might smiled, tired, proud, determined. Good, All Might said. Because UA will not be kind if you lose control. Izuku's stomach twisted. The entrance exam. The arena full of people. And his eyes that wanted to become a cannon. All Might stood, towering again, but his voice stayed gentle. We will not let your power turn you into a disaster, Midoriya. Izuku nodded. The cracked lens glinted in the sunlight. Like a warning. Like a promise. The new visor arrived in a case that looked like it belonged to a bomb squad. It was matte black, heavy, and so overbuilt that Izuku's first thought was, if this breaks, I'm officially a walking disaster. All Might set the case on Izuku's kitchen table like it was sacred. Inko hovered behind Izuku, hands twisting her apron like she was trying to wring anxiety out of fabric. All Might cleared his throat. Midoriya Inko, thank you for trusting me. Inko's smile was small and brave. I trust you, she said. Then, quieter, I'm just scared. Izuku didn't look back, but he felt it. His mom's fear always sat in the air like humidity. It was never loud, but it was always there, because it had to be. Because the first time he'd blinked wrong, the living room had learned what his eyes meant. All Might flipped open the latches. Inside was the visor. Not goggles. Not something you could pretend was medical equipment. A visor. It had a reinforced frame, thick side guards, and a front plate that wasn't glass so much as layered armor. Inside padding looked soft, like it was trying to be kind, but the overall shape screamed, hazard containment. Izuku swallowed. All Might lifted it gently. This is a prototype. It's not from UA, officially. It's from a support engineer I trust. He tapped the side. Manual lock here. Emergency shutter here. Izuku leaned numbered like a safe. 0, 1, 2, 3. And a red switch under a protective cover. Like it was the kind of thing you only flipped if your life depended on it. All Might pointed to the dial. This controls your output window. Izuku's fingers hovered near it. Output window, like, how much the gate opens. All Might nodded. Exactly. Inko's voice trembled. Can it stop him? Completely. All Might hesitated just long enough to be honest. It can block discharge, he said carefully, but nothing is perfect. The more pressure he builds, the more stress it puts on the material. Izuku stared at the visor like it was a promise with a time limit. All Might continued, firm now. Which is why training matters. The visor is a seatbelt. It's not permission to crash. Izuku nodded quickly. I get it. All Might held out the visor. Try it on. Izuku lifted it with both hands. It was heavier than his old goggles. But it felt stable. Like it wasn't going to rattle itself apart if he breathed wrong. He slid it over his face. The world changed instantly. The viewing slit was narrower than he expected, wide enough to see clearly, but restricted enough that it forced focus. It made everything feel deliberate. Like sight itself had to be earned. Izuku turned his head left, right, up, down. The visor didn't shift. It didn't fog. And for the first time in his life, Izuku felt something dangerously close to relief. All Might smiled. Good fit. Izuku's voice came out muffled. It's amazing. Inko exhaled shakily. She stepped forward and touched the side of the visor, fingers trembling against the reinforced frame. My baby, she whispered. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might gently cleared his throat again. There's one more thing. Izuku froze. More. All Might's expression sharpened. From now on, you follow rules. Strict ones. If you want to survive hero work, and if you want others to survive it. Izuku straightened like a soldier. Yes, sir. All Might held up one finger. Rule 1. Never fire without a safe backdrop. Izuku nodded instantly. All Might held up a second finger. Rule 2. No sustained fire. Not yet. Burst only. Blink shots. Micro windows. Izuku swallowed. Because pressure builds if I keep it open. Exactly, All Might said. Third finger. Rule 3. If you feel panic rising. You lock down. No hero points. No pride. No, I can handle it. You lock down. Izuku's throat tightened. Even if it costs me. All Might's gaze didn't soften. Even if it costs you. Izuku looked down. That rule was going to hurt. Because there would be moments where every part of him screamed to act, and the responsible choice would be to stop. All Might lowered his hand. And lastly, he looked toward Inko. Then back to Izuku. If your visor fails, you get out. Immediately. You don't gamble with other lives. Izuku whispered, okay. All Might nodded once, satisfied. Now we prepare for Ua. Quote. Preparation didn't look like flashy training montages. It looked like Izuku learning how to exist in his own body without becoming a hazard. They trained in quiet places, empty lots, beaches at dawn. Abandoned construction yards with All Might scouting first to make sure nobody wandered in. All Might made him practice the basics until they became instinct. Brace, breathe, aim, window, shut, again, again, again. Izuku learned something important very quickly. His eyes weren't a gun. They were a cannon with a hair trigger. So he treated them like one. All Might had him fire into sand dunes first. Then into stacked concrete blocks, but only from safe angles. Then into heavy scrap piles, learning how the blast interacted with different materials. Watch the debris. All Might warned one morning as Izuku fired a controlled push into a heap of broken wood. The wood exploded outward in splinters. Izuku flinched. All Might immediately barked, lock down. Izuku slammed the visor shut without thinking. A shower of splinters rattled against the visor frame and side guards. Izuku's heart pounded. All Might pointed sharply. That was a safe backdrop. But debris isn't safe. If there were civilians behind you, that could have killed someone. Izuku swallowed. So, even if the blast is controlled, the environment can make it lethal. All Might nodded. Now you're thinking like a hero. And then, because All Might was cruel in the way good mentors sometimes were, he said. Again. Izuku groaned. All Might. Again, All Might repeated, smiling. Izuku sighed and reset his stance. Brace. Breathe. Aim lower. Shorter window. Shut. This time the wood shifted instead of exploding. All Might nodded. Better. Izuku whispered, exhausted, I'm gonna have neck muscles like a pro wrestler. All Might laughed. You already do. Inko, watching from a distance, did not laugh. She held a thermos of tea like it was a weapon against fate. A week before the exam, All Might stood with Izuku at the edge of an empty lot. He pointed to a distant wall marked with chalk circles. You're going to do something today you hate, All Might said. Izuku immediately got suspicious. Uh-oh. All Might folded his arms. You're going to fight without looking. Izuku's stomach dropped. I already do that. All Might shook his head. No, you avoid looking. That's not the same thing. Izuku blinked behind the visor. Then what do you mean? All Might stepped closer. You're going to use your other senses on purpose. Hearing, movement, timing. Your eyes will become a tool you deploy, not something you rely on. Izuku's throat tightened. That sounds terrifying. All Might nodded. Exactly. Now do it. All Might tossed a handful of small stones into the air. They fell in scattered arcs, bouncing across the pavement with tiny clacks. Locate them, All Might commanded. Izuku froze. He could hear them, yes, but hearing wasn't seeing. Hearing didn't give clean information. It gave hints. It gave chaos. His heart sped up. The gate twitched. Izuku whispered, count. 1, 2, 3. Then he did something he'd avoided his entire life. He lowered his chin, closed the viewing slit completely. Total darkness. The world became sound. He listened. Clack, left, scrape, right, tap tap, front. Izuku stepped carefully, body tense, hands out like he was walking through a nightmare. All Might's voice was calm now. This is what hero work will feel like sometimes, Midoriya. Smoke, dust, crowds, sirens. You won't always have perfect sight. Izuku swallowed and reached the first stone. He picked it up. 1, he said. All Might tossed more. Izuku found them. Slowly. Then faster. His body started to adapt. His mind started to map sound into space. And the terrifying thing was, it worked. All Might's voice softened. Good. Now add a blink shot. Izuku froze. In the dark, All Might said, you don't have to see to aim if you understand direction. Use your stance. Use your angle. Use the ground. Izuku breathed in. Brace. He tilted his head slightly, aiming toward an empty patch of pavement he remembered. He flicked the dial to 1. He opened the shutter for a fraction. A thump of force punched the pavement. Dust popped. Izuku immediately locked down. He exhaled like he'd been holding his life in his lungs. All Might's smile was proud. That's it. Izuku swallowed. So, I can fight blind. I just have to make it a skill, not a panic response. All Might nodded. Now you're ready. Izuku didn't feel ready, but he felt possible. The morning of the UA entrance exam, Inko fussed over him like she was trying to protect him with fabric. She adjusted the straps, checked the locks, wiped fingerprints off the visor plate like it was a mirror. Izuku stood still and let her, because he understood now that her fear was love wearing armor. You'll be careful, Inko said, voice trem. I will. And you'll leave if something goes wrong. Izuku hesitated. Inko's eyes sharpened. Izuku. He swallowed. I promise. She hugged him carefully, arms around his shoulders, not pressing against the visor, and whispered, you can do this. You've always been brave. Izuku didn't correct her. He wasn't brave. He was terrified. But he walked out the door anyway. UA was bigger than Izuku expected. Not just in size. In presence. The gates were massive. The walls were clean and intimidating. Everything screamed, this is where heroes are made. And the crowd. Izuku's stomach twisted. So many applicants. So many quirks. So much noise. People laughed. Showed off. Compared notes like it was a festival. Izuku stood out immediately. Not because he was wearing workout clothes. Not because he was nervous. Because his visor looked like a warning sign. A few people stared openly. One boy whispered, is that support gear? Another muttered, looks like he's on house arrest. Izuku's chest tightened. The gate twitched. He forced it down. Count. 1, 2, 3. Don't fire. Don't react. He kept walking. Then someone bumped his shoulder lightly, not aggressive, just clumsy. Izuku stiffened. A girl's voice immediately said, oh. Sorry, are you okay? He turned slightly. A girl with warm brown eyes and messy hair stood there, cheeks pink with embarrassment. She smiled like she wasn't afraid of his face. Izuku blinked, startled. Why yeah, he stammered. I'm fine. Sorry. I didn't mean to. She waved her hands quickly. No, that was me. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Izuku's brain went blank for a second because she introduced herself like a normal person meeting another normal person. Midoriya Izuku, he said. Too fast. Uraraka looked at his visor, curiosity flickering, but her expression didn't change into fear. That's cool support gear. Izuku almost laughed. Becca. Use cool was not the word people usually used. It's safety, he admitted. She nodded like that made perfect sense. Safety is good. Izuku stared at her. She smiled. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. Then she hurried off, leaving Izuku standing there like someone had just handed him a piece of sunlight. He whispered, good luck, and realized his voice sounded less scared. Present Mike's voice hit the crowd like a sonic boom. HELLOOOO. Examinees. Izuku flinched so hard the visor shifted slightly. He grabbed it immediately and tightened the strap. Present Mike continued shouting, explaining the rules. Points. Robots. Victory. Izuku listened carefully, filing every detail away like it might save his life. 3 types of robots. Villain points. No points for the giant zero-pointer. A simple system. A cruel system. Izuku's chest tightened. Because in a test like this, caution looked like weakness. And his caution wasn't optional. They moved into the exam arena. The gates opened. A city mock-up, stretched out like a maze of streets and buildings. Robots waited in the distance like metal predators. Present Mike shouted, ready, go. And everyone exploded forward. Izuku didn't. He stood still for half a second. Not because he froze. Because he listened. Footsteps. Hundreds. Robots activating, whirring. Metal joints clanking. A scream of excitement. Izuku inhaled. Brace. Breathe. Then he ran. Not sprinting like the others. Controlled, scanning, mapping. He kept his visor dial on 0, full lock. He moved into the city like a person entering a minefield. A robot appeared at an intersection, one pointer, lumbering, turning its head. Izuku's heart jumped. Safe backdrop. Behind it was an empty street and a concrete wall. Good. Izuku flicked the dial to 1. He opened the shutter for a blink. Thump. The robot's head snapped sideways like it got punched by an invisible fist. It staggered. Izuku didn't celebrate. He locked down immediately and ran closer. Because here was his secret. His blasts were concussive force. Robots were metal. Metal didn't care about pain. So he had to aim for mechanics. He used another blink shot, lower, hitting the knee joint. The robot toppled. Izuku rushed in. Slammed a piece of concrete into its exposed panel like a caveman with a plan. The robot died with a sputter. Villain points blinked on his wrist screen. Izuku's breath hitched. He did it. He actually did it. He didn't blow up a building. He didn't crack the street. He didn't. A second robot turned the corner. Izuku's stomach dropped. No time. He braced. Dial still at 1, blink shot. The force high. The robot's torso and shoved it backward into the first robot's corpse. Both tangled. Izuku locked down. His neck ached from recoil. His eyes burned behind the visor like they were furious he wasn't letting them out. Izuku whispered, not today. He sprinted forward, grabbed a piece of rebar from the rubble, and jammed it into the second robot's wheel joint. The robot spasmed and died. More points. Izuku's breathing turned ragged. This was working. But every time he fired, he felt it. A pressure trying to build. Not huge yet, but constant. Like a pot that never stopped heating. He couldn't sustain, so he didn't. He treated every blast like a scalpel strike. Short, intentional, shut. Other students fought like fireworks. Explosions, flames, ice walls, shockwaves. Izuku saw it all in quick glances through the slit. But he didn't watch long. Watching was dangerous. And in the middle of battle, danger didn't wait politely. A 3-pointer robot stomped into view, larger, armored. A student fired a flame blast at it. The robot barely flinched. It turned and swung an arm. The student screamed and ran. Izuku's chest tightened. His dream tightened with it. Because if he didn't act, someone could get hurt. If he acted wrong, everyone could. Safe backdrop. Behind the robot was a solid building wall. No civilians visible. Okay. Izuku flicked the dial to 2. His fingers trembled. He braced harder. He opened the shutter for longer than a blink. The blast hit like a truck. The robot's torso dented inward. It staggered back, feet scraping. Izuku's neck screamed. His vision flashed white. He slammed the shutter shut and nearly fell to his knees. The robot was still standing. Izuku cursed under his breath, then forced himself upright. He couldn't just blast harder. That was the instinct. That was the trap. Instead he changed the angle. He sprinted to the side, using movement the way All Might drilled into him. He fired a blink shot at the robot's ankle joint. It stumbled. Then he fired at the opposite knee. The robot collapsed sideways, smashing its own arm into the pavement. Izuku rushed forward and, without thinking, used the recoil of a tiny shot into the ground to hop backward as the robot's head slammed down. It crumpled. Points chimed. Izuku stood there panting, eyes burning, neck aching, body shaking. But he was alive, and he was winning, not like a monster, like a hero. Then the ground shook. A mechanical roar echoed across the city. Students screamed, not in excitement, but in alarm. Izuku's stomach turned to ice. He didn't have to see it to know. 0-pointer. He giant robot loomed into view at the end of a street, taller than buildings, its massive feet crushing the road with every step. Present Mike's earlier words echoed in his mind. No points for it. Why? Meant this was the universe testing one thing. Would you run? Izuku's body screamed yes. His brain screamed yes. His eyes screamed. Pressure surged like a wave. The gate slammed against the lock. Izuku whispered, "Count." 1. A scream cut through the air. Izuku's head snapped. He saw Uraraka. She was running, until the ground beneath her crumbled from the 0-pointer's step. She fell hard. Debris collapsed around her. She tried to move, and didn't. Her leg was pinned. Izuku's blood went cold. People ran past her, not because they were cruel. Because they were smart. Because the 0-pointer meant death. Izuku's feet moved any'd her. Rule 3, if panic rises, lock down. His panic was rising like a wildfire. But this wasn't about points. This wasn't about passing. This was about a person. He reached Uraraka just as another chunk of concrete shifted above them. Uraraka looked up, eyes wide. Midoriya-kun, don't. You'll. Izuku slammed his hands against the debris, trying to lift it, but it was too heavy. He felt the 0-pointer's shadow crawling closer. His eyes burned. His visor rattled. He could fire. If he fired forward, he'd hit the 0-pointer. But the recoil could snap his neck. And the blast could turn the whole street into shrapnel. If he fired at the debris pinning her leg, he could blow it apart. But he could also blow her apart. He had one option. All Might's rule echoed. Never fire without a safe backdrop. Izuku looked up. Up was open sky. Up was empty. Up was safe. He swallowed. He flicked the dial to 3, higher than he'd ever used in real conditions. His body screamed. His eyes screamed louder. He braced like his life depended on it. Because it did. He angled his face upward. And opened the shutter. For the first time, Izuku didn't fire like a punch. He fired like a launch. A cone-shaped burst, wide, upward, forceful. The air above them boomed. Dust and debris blasted upward in a controlled eruption, like a reverse avalanche. The chunk pinning Uraraka's leg didn't explode into shrapnel, because Izuku didn't hit it directly. He hit the ground beside it, using concussive force to shift weight upward and outward. The rubble lifted just enough. Uraraka screamed, yanking her leg free. Izuku's neck snapped backward from recoil. Pain exploded down his spine. His vision went white behind the visor. He slammed the shutter shut, falling to one knee. But Uraraka was free. The 0-pointer's foot slammed down where they'd been. Izuku didn't think. He grabbed Uraraka's wrist and pulled. They ran. Izuku's legs felt like they weren't his. His eyes felt like molten metal behind the visor. But he ran anyway. They dove behind a building corner as the 0-pointer stomped past, searching for prey that was already gone. Uraraka panted, shaking. You're insane. Izuku wheezed, half laughing, half crying. Yeah. Uraraka stared at him like she didn't know whether to scold him or hug him. You saved me. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't answer. Because if he spoke, he might break. The exam ended in a blur. Izuku barely remembered leaving the arena. He remembered his eyes burning so badly he thought they might bleed. He remembered his neck aching like it had been hit by a truck. He remembered shaking hands tightening the visor lock again and again like he didn't trust himself. By the time he got home, he was exhausted in a way that felt bone deep. Inko rushed to him immediately. "Zuko, are you hurt?" Izuku tried to smile. "It's fine," he said hoarsely. "I think I did okay." Inko's eyes filled with tears. "You're trembling." Izuku whispered, "I didn't hurt anyone." Inko hugged him carefully, like always. "That's all I ever wanted," she whispered. Izuku closed his eyes behind the visor and let himself breathe. 3 days later, a letter arrived. UA's emblem stamped on the front. Inko held it like it might explode. Izuku stared at it like it might say, "We're sorry, you're too dangerous." His hands shook as he opened it. The paper inside wasn't paper. It was a screen. It flickered, and All Might appeared. Izuku's heart stopped. "All Might," he squeaked. On the screen, All Might smiled. "Young Midoriya." Izuku nearly dropped the letter. All Might's recorded voice boomed through the living room, and Izuku's neighbors probably heard it too. "You may think you failed," All Might continued, grinning, "because you believe you earned no villain points worthy of notice." Quote. Izuku's throat tightened. He hadn't even checked his total. He'd been too focused on not killing someone. All Might leaned closer to the camera, suddenly serious. "But heroism is not measured only by destruction." The screen changed. Footage. The moment Uraraka fell. The moment Izuku ran. The moment the cone burst lifted debris and freed her. Izuku's breath caught. All Might's voice softened. "You earned rescue points, Midoriya Izuku." The screen displayed numbers. Not small numbers. Huge ones. Izuku's knees nearly gave out. All Might smiled brightly again. "Welcome to UA High School." Izuku made a sound that was halfway between a sob and a laugh. Inko burst into tears behind him. Izuku stared at the acceptance message, visor still locked, eyes burning. And for the first time in his life, the burn felt like it meant something. Not danger. Not curse. Purpose. UA High didn't feel like a school. It felt like a fortress that dared you to prove you belonged inside it. The front gates were huge. The courtyard was spotless. Students walked around like they were already heroes, laughing, showing off little sparks of quirks, talking about internships like it was weather. Izuku stood at the edge of it all with a reinforced visor on his face and a tight knot in his stomach. His acceptance letter was folded in his pocket like a lucky charm. His rules were louder than his heartbeat. Never fire without a safe backdrop. No sustained fire. If panic rises, lock down. If the visor fails, run. He'd repeated them so many times they felt stitched into his bones. Midoriya-kun. He turned and saw Uraraka waving at him like yesterday's rescue had turned into permission to be friendly. She jogged over, smiling wide. "You made it. I mean, obviously you did, but, still." Izuku's voice came out muffled under the visor. "Why yeah, you too." Uraraka leaned closer, lowering her voice like she was sharing a secret. "I told my parents about you. About the exam. They said you were really brave." Izuku's chest tightened. Brave. That word still felt wrong. Like someone putting a medal on a grenade and calling it jewelry. "I just did what I had to," Izuku said. "Still," Uraraka said. "Warm and stubborn, thank you." Izuku nodded quickly, because if he spoke too much, his throat would start doing that thing where it tried to cry. Before it could get awkward. A tall boy with glasses approached them like a walking rulebook. He stopped at a respectful distance and bowed, actually bowed. "Good morning," he said sharply. "I am Iida Tenya. It is a pleasure to meet you both." Uraraka blinked. "Oh, hi. I'm Uraraka Ochako." Izuku dipped his head. "Midoriya Izuku." Iida's gaze flicked to Izuku's visor. Not fear, analysis. Like he was trying to understand a machine. "That is support gear," Iida said. "Are you registered with the support department?" Izuku stiffened instantly. Old reflex. People asking about his eyes always felt like a trap. But this was UA. A hero school. Support gear was normal here. "Yeah," Izuku said, then corrected himself, because honesty mattered. "It's a prototype. For safety. My quirk." Iida snapped into attention. "Understood. Safety is paramount." Uraraka nodded like obviously it was. And Izuku realized something simple and shocking. Nobody here had flinched. Not yet. Then a familiar laugh cut through the courtyard. Loud, confident, cruel like always. Izuku didn't even have to turn to know who it was. Bakugo Katsuki was walking toward the building with a small crowd orbiting him like he was gravity. His uniform looked too neat on him. Like it didn't know it was supposed to fear him. Bakugo's eyes found Izuku instantly. The smile he gave him wasn't a smile. It was a threat with teeth. Izuku felt pressure twitch behind his eyes. He forced it down. Count. 1, 2, 3. Uraraka glanced between them, sensing tension. You know him. Izuku swallowed. We went to middle school together. Bakugo's gaze lingered on Izuku's visor like he wanted to crack it with his bare hands. Then he scoffed and turned away. Beard him mutter, just loud enough. Still hiding behind glass. Izuku's fingers curled, not in anger, in restraint, because anger was fuel, and fuel in his eyes was a disaster. Class 1A's classroom was bright and clean and too normal for the kind of people walking into it. Izuku took a seat near the middle, close enough to hear. Far enough to not be crowded. Uraraka sat behind him. Iida sat near the front like it was his natural habitat. Students filed in, chatting, comparing quirks. A boy with mismatched hair, white and red, sat quietly like he was made of ice and distance. A girl with earphone jacks for earlobes played with them absent-mindedly. Someone with a tail stretched casually. Somebody glittered. Izuku's brain tried to catalog everything like it always did, because analyzing people was a way to feel safe. Then the room went still. Not because a teacher walked in. Because a man crawled out of a sleeping bag. Right there, on the floor. He looked like he hadn't slept in 3 years, his hair wild, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion that somehow felt sharper than anger. He stood up slowly, zipped the sleeping bag like it was part of his outfit, and stared at the class like he was already disappointed. Sit down, he said. Everyone scrambled into silence. Izuku's spine straightened. The man's gaze swept the room once, then stopped on Izuku. Not on his uniform, not on his nervous posture. On the visor. Aizawa showed his eyes narrowed. You, he said, pointing lazily. Visor kid. Stand. Izuku's heart dropped. He stood so fast his chair squeaked. Aizawa stared at him like he was reading a problem he didn't want to solve. What's your name? Aizawa asked. Midoriya Izuku, Izuku said. Aizawa's gaze didn't soften. Why are you wearing support gear on day 1? Izuku swallowed. Because my quirk is an optic emission. It's unsafe without a lock. A few students murmured. Optic emission. Someone whispered. Like lasers. Another said. Izuku's stomach tightened. Aizawa tilted his head. Unsafe how? Izuku hesitated. How do you explain I can accidentally level a street without sounding like a villain? It discharges when my eyes are open, Izuku said carefully. It's concussive force. The visor blocks the output. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then he said, take it off. Izuku's blood turned to ice. The room felt suddenly too loud, too bright, too fragile. Izuku's voice cracked. Sir, I can't. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. Take it off. Izuku's hands lifted, trembling, then stopped. He couldn't. Not here. Not in a classroom full of people. Not with his quirk pressurized and one for all making it worse. He whispered, it's not safe. Aizawa sighed like Izuku was wasting his time. Then Aizawa's scarf shifted. Not wind. Not movement. It moved like it was alive, wrapping around Aizawa's shoulders, lifting like a snake ready to strike. Aizawa's eyes glowed faintly. And Izuku felt it. Not pain. Not pressure. Something vanishing. The constant tension behind his eyes, the door that was always pushing outward, suddenly went quiet. Like a weight had been lifted off his face. Izuku blinked. Nothing surged. His breath caught. Aizawa's voice was flat. Now take it off. Izuku's hands moved before his fear could stop them. He unlatched the visor. He lifted it slowly. The air hit his face like freedom and exposure at the same time. The class stared. Izuku hated that feeling. Aizawa watched him closely. Your quirk is erased. You're safe. For now. Izuku swallowed hard. Why yes, sir. Aizawa leaned forward slightly. Look at me. Izuku met his eyes. Aizawa's gaze was sharp enough to cut. This, Aizawa said, is what I mean by liability. If you can't control your power without a barrier, you are one equipment failure away from killing someone. The room went dead silent. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to protest. He wanted to explain. He wanted to say he'd been training. That he had rules, that he wasn't reckless. But Aizawa wasn't done. You want to be heroes, Aizawa said to the class, voice dull but heavy. That means your bodies are weapons. Your quirks are weapons. If you can't handle your weapon, you don't belong here. Aizawa's eyes flicked back to Izuku. Put it back on, he said. Izuku hesitated. Sir, if you stop erasing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. I know. Quote. Izuku slid the visor back into place, hands shaking. The moment the visor sealed, Aizawa's glow faded. The pressure behind Izuku's eyes returned like a tide slamming back in. Izuku's chest tightened. But the visor held. Aizawa stared at him. Then, to Izuku's shock, Aizawa said, your support gear is registered now. You will update it through UA's support department properly. Izuku blinked behind the visor. Aizawa continued, and understand this, my erasure is your emergency brake. If your equipment fails, you get to me. If you can't, you run. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Aizawa's gaze shifted away like that was settled. But Izuku couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. Aizawa can turn me off. A kill switch. A safety net. And also, proof that UA was taking him seriously. That was scary in a different way. Aizawa yawned. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. The class erupted. On the first day, someone shouted. Aizawa's eyes half-lidded. If you expected welcome speeches, you picked the wrong school. He tossed a gym uniform bag onto the desk. Change. Meet outside. As everyone rushed out, Bakugo paused near Izuku. He looked at Izuku's visor, then smirked. So, Bakugo murmured, you're really a walking hazard. Izuku's hands tightened into fists. Bakugo leaned closer, eyes bright with cruel excitement. What happens if that thing breaks? Izuku forced his voice steady. Then I leave. Bakugo scoffed. Sure you do. And walked away, laughing like he couldn't wait to find out. Uraraka leaned toward Izuku as he stood there a second too long. Hey, she whispered. Don't listen to him. Izuku nodded once, but his stomach didn't untwist. Because Bakugo wasn't just mocking him. Bakugo was thinking. Bakugo was curious. And Bakugo's curiosity tended to explode. Outside, the training field stretched wide. Track lanes, grass, throwing zones, all built for making superhumans sweat. Aizawa stood at the center holding a softball. We're measuring your potential, he said. No holding back, but use your brains. A quirk is only as good as its application. He tossed the ball to a student with spiky red hair. First, softball throw. One by one, students stepped up and used their quirks in creative ways. A tail-assisted throw. A telekinetic launch. A literal explosion-propelled fastball. The numbers climbed. The pressure in Izuku's chest climbed with them. When it was his turn, Aizawa tossed the ball at him. Izuku caught it. The ball felt small in his palm. Aizawa's gaze didn't soften. Explain your plan. Izuku swallowed. I can't fire directly forward here, he said, scanning the space. Too many people. Too much debris risk. Aizawa nodded slightly. Good. So. Izuku took a stance. He held the ball like a normal throw. Then he angled his body to face the far end of the field, an empty stretch with a clear sky backdrop. Safe backdrop. He flicked his visor dial to 1. A tiny window. Micro burst only, Izuku murmured. He threw the ball. Then, in the split second it left his hand, he tilted his head upward and opened the shutter for the briefest blink. Thump. The concussive force didn't strike the ball directly like a bat. It struck the air behind it like a push. The ball accelerated, streaking forward, vanishing into the distance. Izuku slammed the shutter closed. His neck twinged. His eyes burned. But nothing exploded. No debris. No collateral. Just a clean boost. A number flashed. The class, wait, that's really far, someone said. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Aizawa stared at Izuku's wrist screen. Better than expected. Izuku's chest loosened, just a little. Then Aizawa said, next, 50-meter dash. Izuku ran. He didn't use a blast, too risky, too uncontrolled. But he moved like someone who'd trained with a hero. His body was stronger now. His breathing was steadier. One for all sat inside him like a sleeping giant, but he kept it contained, letting only subtle strength leak into his muscles, nothing flashy. Nothing that screamed secret quirk. He finished with a respectable time. Not first, but not weak. Aizawa's gaze lingered on him anyway, as if he was calculating something. Then came the long jump. Izuku saw students launching themselves with quirks. Floating, springing, blasting. Izuku swallowed. He didn't want to become Explosion Eyes guy on day 1. But he also didn't want to be last. Use your brain. He flicked the dial to 1 again. He positioned himself at the line. He aimed downward. Safe backdrop. Ground. He jumped like normal. Then used a tiny burst at the grow. ND behind him midair, just enough to push forward, not up, not sideways. The recoil hit his neck like a snap. But the jump extended. He landed, stumbled, caught himself. A number flashed. Not amazing, but solid. Aizawa didn't praise him, but he didn't dismiss him either. The test continued. Grip strength, sit-ups, side steps. Izuku kept doing the same thing every time. He didn't chase big. He chased clean. By the time the last test ended, Izuku was sweaty, exhausted, and painfully aware that his eyes felt like they'd been rubbed with sandpaper. Aizawa stood before them, looking bored. "You all did fine," he said. Which somehow sounded like an insult. Then he added, casually, like he was commenting on the weather. "By the way, the student with the lowest score will be expelled." The field went silent. Uraraka went pale. Someone shouted, "You can't be serious." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "I'm serious." Izuku's stomach dropped so hard it felt like it hit his shoes. Expelled. On day 1. If he messed up. If he was too cautious. If he couldn't compete without becoming dangerous. Aizawa's gaze swept them. "This isn't a game," he said. "Heroes don't get second chances when civilians die." Izuku felt the pressure behind his eyes twitch. But not from panic. From determination. He whispered through his visor, "I won't be the lowest." Because being the lowest meant being sent back to a world that already feared him. And Izuku was done living like that. Aizawa didn't expel anyone. Not really. After letting the terror sit in their stomachs for a full minute, he revealed it was a logical ruse to show how serious UA was. The class collectively exhaled like they'd been held underwater. Izuku's knees nearly turned to jelly with relief. But the lesson stuck anyway. UA didn't care about your feelings. UA cared about results. And control. Especially control. As students filed back inside, Aizawa called Izuku again. "Midoriya," he said. Izuku froze. "Yes, sir." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Your quirk. It's pressure-based." Izuku hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." Aizawa's voice stayed flat. "You're going to burn out your eyes if you keep using raw output as your only tool. I want you in support department consultation. You need better modulation." Izuku swallowed. "Understood." Aizawa stepped closer, gaze sharp. "And you need mental conditioning. Panic is your real enemy." Izuku's throat tightened. "Yes." Aizawa held his gaze for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he said, "You did well today." Izuku blinked behind the visor. Aizawa looked away immediately, like compliments tasted bad. "Don't make me regret saying that." Izuku's chest warmed anyway. "I won't." Aizawa walked off, scarf dragging behind him like a tired shadow. Izuku stood there for a moment, breathing slowly. Uraraka jogged up behind him. "Hey, you okay?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, just processing." Iida approached too, posture rigid. "Aizawa-sensei's methods are severe, but logical. We must rise to the standard." Uraraka muttered. "He's scary." Izuku almost laughed. Then Bakugo's voice cut in from behind them. "Oi." Izuku turned. Bakugo was staring at him like he'd found a puzzle he wanted to break. "You think you're special," Bakugo said quietly, smiling without warmth. "But you're still the same Deku." Izuku's stomach tightened. "Kachan." Bakugo's smile sharpened. "I'm going to prove it." He leaned in slightly, eyes bright. "And when we fight, I'm going to make you open your eyes." Izuku's blood ran cold. Bakugo walked away, hands in his pockets, like he'd just promised a fun weekend. Uraraka stared after him. "What's his problem?" Izuku swallowed, staring at Bakugo's back. "He doesn't like losing," Izuku whispered. Uraraka blinked. "Did he lose to you before?" Izuku didn't answer. Because it wasn't about wins or losses. It was about Bakugo wanting to prove that Izuku was still beneath him. And Bakugo had just chosen the worst way to do it. by targeting the one thing Izuku could never afford to lose control of. That afternoon, All Might appeared for their first heroics class. Except he wasn't in his big hero form. He was thin, hollow-cheeked, like a ghost wearing All Might's face. Izuku froze in his seat. Because he knew. He knew what that meant. He knew what that meant about time limits and secrets and the kind of pressure a symbol of peace carried alone. All Might smiled gently at the class, then his gaze flicked to Izuku for half a second, just long enough to say, "We're okay. Keep it together." Izuku swallowed and nodded back, tiny and invisible. All Might clapped his hands. "Today," he announced, "we're doing battle training." The class erupted. Izuku's stomach tightened into a knot. Battle training meant enclosed spaces. Buildings. Hallways. Debris. And if Bakugo got paired with him. All Might continued cheerfully, 2-on-2. Heroes versus villains. The objective is simple: capture the mock nuclear weapon or defeat the opposing team. Izuku's palms went sweaty. Bakugo's eyes lit up like someone had handed him permission. All Might began drawing teams. Izuku stared at the board, heart pounding, visor locked so hard it might as well have been welded. Cause Izuku already knew what was coming. Not because he could predict the teams. But because Bakugo had promised something. And Bakugo didn't make promises lightly. Izuku whispered under his breath. Brace. Breathe. Aim. Window. Shut. Then he looked up at the board. And saw his name written beside Uraraka's. Opposite them, Bakugo. And Iida. Izuku's blood went cold. Bakugo turned and smiled at him. Like he'd just been handed the exact fight he wanted. All Might's voice boomed happily. Midoriya. Uraraka. You are the heroes. Izuku barely heard the rest. Because Bakugo's eyes were saying one thing loud and clear. Let's see what happens when I try to break you. All Might's battle training arena looked like someone had taken a chunk of a city, scooped it out with a giant spoon, and dropped it inside a warehouse. Concrete hallways, stairwells, office rooms, long corridors, windows that didn't open, doors that felt too real. It was the exact kind of place Izuku hated. Because enclosed spaces didn't forgive mistakes. A blast that went a little too wide didn't just miss. It ricocheted, shattered something, created shrapnel, turned corners into death traps. Izuku stood in the locker room, swapping into his gym uniform. Visor case open on the bench like a ritual. Uraraka stood nearby, pulling her hair into a ponytail. She kept glancing at him like she wanted to ask something, but wasn't sure how. Izuku could guess. Are you okay? Are you scared? Is Bakugo going to kill us? All Might's voice echoed from outside. Heroes will enter from the first floor. Villains will begin guarding the mock weapon on the third floor. The mock weapon. The objective. The win condition. Izuku latched his visor onto his face and clicked the side locks until he heard that satisfying clack. Then he checked it again. Then again. Because Bakugo was on the other team. And Bakugo had promised to make him open his eyes. Uraraka cleared her throat. Midoriya-kun. Izuku turned. She fidgeted with her sleeves. Are you and Bakugo-kun like enemies? Izuku's mouth went dry. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say we were friends once. But the truth was heavier than nostalgia. He doesn't like me, Izuku said carefully. Uraraka frowned. Why? Izuku hesitated. Then, because Uraraka was the kind of person who deserved honesty, he said the simplest version. Because I keep getting back up. Uraraka stared at him for a second. Then blinked like she'd decided something. Okay, she said firmly. Then we just win. Izuku almost laughed. Her confidence was like a warm blanket thrown over a bomb. He nodded. Yeah, we win. All Might's booming voice filtered in again. Midoriya, Uraraka, you are the heroes. You will have 5 minutes to plan before entering. Plan. Right. Izuku forced his brain into analysis mode. Because analysis was the only way fear didn't eat him alive. He looked at Uraraka. Okay, he said quickly. We don't fight them head on. Uraraka nodded. Because Bakugo-kun is scary. Yes, Izuku said. Then corrected himself. Not just scary. He's explosive. If he pushes me emotionally, I risk an uncontrolled discharge. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh. Izuku tapped the side of his visor. This locks my output. But in a tight environment, even controlled blasts can become debris. Uraraka swallowed. So what do we do? Izuku took a breath and pictured the building layout All Might had shown on the screen. Third floor, mock weapon. Villains, Bakugo plus Iida. Iida was disciplined, fast, would defend the objective properly. Bakugo would chase Izuku like it was personal. Which meant, Bakugo will come for me, Izuku said. Uraraka blinked. Are you sure? Izuku didn't even hesitate. Yes. Uraraka's expression hardened a little. Okay. Then we use that. Izuku nodded. Exactly. He pointed to the floor in the mental map. You're going to be the one to win. You get to the weapon. Uraraka's eyes widened. Me? Yes, Izuku said firmly. Because your quirk is perfect for this building. You can move objects without breaking them. You can make obstacles weightless. You can create safe backdrops for me if we need to use force. Uraraka's cheeks pinked. I've never thought about it like that. Izuku pressed on, fast, because time was bleeding away. Iida will guard the weapon. That means you'll face him near the objective. Uraraka gulped. He's really fast. I know, Izuku said. So don't try to outfight him. Outthink him. Uraraka nodded slowly. Izuku continued, Bakugo will chase me. I keep him busy. I keep him away from you. I don't try to win against him. I just survive. Uraraka looked worried. Can you do that? Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to say yes with confidence. Instead he said the truth. I have to. Uraraka stared at him, then nodded once like she'd accepted a mission. Okay. I'll get the weapon. Izuku lifted a finger. One more thing. If I say, lockdown, I stop moving, Uraraka asked. No, Izuku said. You move away. Because that means my pressure is rising and I need distance. You understand. Uraraka's face went serious. I understand. Izuku exhaled slowly. For the first time, he didn't feel like he was doing this alone. All Might's voice boomed again. Hero team, move out. Izuku swallowed. Let's go, he said. Uraraka smiled, nervous but bright. Let's go. Inside the building, the air was cooler. The lights were harsh and clean. The hallways smelled like concrete dust and new paint. Izuku stepped forward carefully, visor locked at 0. Uraraka walked beside him, light on her feet. All Might's vow. Ice echoed from hidden speakers like an announcer in a stadium. Remember, young heroes. Your goal is to capture the weapon or defeat the villains. Izuku whispered to Uraraka, we move quiet. Uraraka nodded. They advanced down the first floor corridor toward the central stairwell. Izuku listened. The building wasn't silent. It had a hum, ventilation, faint vibrations, distant footsteps. Footsteps. Izuku's body stiffened. He tilted his head slightly, listening harder. Fast steps. Not Iida fast. Angry fast. Bakugo. Izuku's stomach turned. He whispered, he's coming. Uraraka's eyes widened. Already. Izuku nodded. He wants me. As if to prove it, a voice echoed down the hallway like a thrown knife. Deku. Izuku flinched so hard his visor strap tugged at his hair. Bakugo stormed into view at the far end of the corridor. Palms already popping with small explosions. Iida was with him, but he looked tense, like he wasn't thrilled with the plant changing. Bakugo. Iida snapped. We are villains. We are supposed to guard the weapon. Bakugo didn't even look at him. His eyes were locked on Izuku like a predator seeing prey. I'll guard it after I crush him, Bakugo snarled. Uraraka whispered, he's really mad. Izuku whispered back, that's his default setting. Bakugo launched forward. Izuku's instincts screamed to fire. But the hallway was narrow. The walls were close. The backdrop was unpredictable. He couldn't blast down a corridor with 2 people in it. So he did something else. He grabbed Uraraka's sleeve lightly and pulled her toward a side room. Left, he whispered. Uraraka followed instantly. They ducked into an empty office space and slid behind a row of desks. Bakugo's footsteps thundered closer. Iida's voice echoed, frustrated. Bakugo. Do not abandon the objective. Bakugo's response was an explosion. The hallway wall shook. Dust trickled from the ceiling. Uraraka covered her mouth. Oh my god. Izuku whispered, he's trying to flush us out. Which meant Bakugo didn't care about collateral. Of course. Izuku's eyes burned behind the visor, pressure rising with adrenaline. He forced himself to breathe. Brace. Breathe. Aim. Window. Shut. Bakugo appeared. In the doorway like a war movie villain, smoke curling off his palms. His grin was sharp and ugly. "There you are," Bakugo said softly, like he'd found his favorite target. Izuku stood up slowly from behind the desk. Uraraka stayed crouched, watching. Bakugo's gaze flicked to the visor. "You think that trash makes you safe?" Bakugo taunted. Izuku's jaw clenched. Bakugo stepped into the room. "You're still hiding. Still the same." He lifted his hands, palms aimed. "Weak Deku." Izuku's chest tightened. Pressure surged behind his eyes. The gate slammed against the lock. Izuku whispered internally, "Count." 1. Bakugo fired. 2 explosions blasted forward, not huge, but enough to shatter the desk in front of Izuku into flying splinters. Uraraka yelped. Izuku moved. Not forward. Sideways. He'd learned this from training. You don't stand where the blast expects you to be. He sprinted behind another desk, putting obstacles between him and Bakugo's direct line of fire. Bakugo laughed. Running again. Pathetic. He fired again, explosions shredding furniture. The room filled with dust and debris. Izuku's brain screamed lockdown, because debris made his optic blasts lethal. But if he locked down completely, Bakugo would close the distance, and then Bakugo would grab his visor. Izuku's hands shook. Uraraka's voice cut through the chaos. "Midoriya-kun." Izuku glanced toward her, just a flick. She was holding out her hands toward the debris. "Tell me what." Izuku's brain snapped into clarity. "Float the debris," he barked. "Make the big pieces weightless, get them out of the air." Uraraka nodded and slapped her hands onto a broken desk slab. Zero gravity. The slab lifted, weightless, rising like a balloon. She touched another chunk. Another. Suddenly the room's biggest hazards were in shrapnel flying, they were controlled, floating obstacles. Izuku exhaled sharply. Safe backdrops. Controlled environment. Now he could work. Bakugo noticed too. His grin widened. "Oh, teamwork. Cute." He lunged forward. Explosions popping under his feet to boost speed. Izuku felt his heartbeat spike. Bakugo was fast. Not Iida fast, but explosive momentum fast. And in close quarters, it was terrifying. Izuku flicked his visor dial to 1. A micro window. He aimed down at the floor, safe backdrop. He opened the shutter for a blink. Thump. The concussive push hit the floor in front of Bakugo's feet, not directly, but close enough to disrupt his balance like a sudden gust punching his ankles. Bakugo stumbled for half a second. That half second was everything. Izuku sprinted past him, slipping between desks like a ghost. Bakugo snapped his head, furious. "You!" He fired an explosion toward Izuku's back. Izuku didn't look back. He angled his body, braced, and fired a tiny burst into the ground behind him. A recoil step. The push launched him forward faster, like someone had yanked him by the collar. The explosion went wide, scorching the wall instead. Izuku slammed the visor shut again and skidded behind a concrete pillar. His neck throbbed from recoil. His eyes burned, but he was still in control. Bakugo was breathing heavier now, not tired, but enraged. "You're not fighting," Bakugo growled. Izuku shouted back, voice tight, "I don't have to beat you. I just have to stop you." Bakugo's eyes went wide with insult. "You little." He charged again. Izuku's pressure spiked. He felt the gate slam harder. Fear and anger were trying to pry it open. Izuku clenched his teeth. "Not today." He remembered Aizawa's words. "Panic is your real enemy." So Izuku did the one thing Bakugo never expected. He closed his eyes. Completely. He dropped the viewing slit shut. Darkness. Bakugo's laugh echoed. "What? You giving up? You can't even look at me." Izuku didn't answer. He listened. Footsteps. Explosions. Air displacement. Bakugo's left foot hit first, heavier. Right foot followed, lighter because he was preparing to pivot for a grab. Izuku turned before the grab happened. He opened the V-SOAR window a fraction, just enough to fire. Thump. The blast hit the air beside Bakugo's shoulder, not aiming to hurt, aiming to shove him sideways into a floating desk slab Uraraka had positioned instinctively like a shield. Bakugo slammed into it, arms flailing. The weightless slab absorbed the impact and wobbled instead of shattering. Bakugo snapped his head, eyes wild. "How?" he hissed. Izuku opened his eyes again, slit narrow. "Because I practiced," Izuku said, voice shaking with exertion. Bakugo's expression twisted. Then his gaze flicked past Izuku. To Uraraka. Uraraka was moving toward the door. Toward the stairwell. Toward the objective. Bakugo's grin returned, ugly and triumphant. Oh, so that's the game. Izuku's stomach dropped. Bakugo shoved off the floating slab and lunged, not at Izuku. At Uraraka. No. Izuku shouted. Uraraka gasped, turning. Bakugo blasted forward with a propulsion explosion, reaching for her like he was going to swat a fly out of the air. Izuku's brain screamed, "Do not fire forward." But Uraraka was in front of Bakugo. If Bakugo touched her, he could knock her out, end their plan. Izuku had one option. A precise shove. No debris. No ricochet. Izuku flicked the dial to 2. He braced so hard his muscles shook. He aimed not at Bakugo's body, too risky, but at the floor between Bakugo and Uraraka, using it like a directional wedge. He opened the shutter for a hair longer than a blink. Boom, thump. The force punched the floor, creating a sudden concussive surge that shoved upward and outward. Bakugo's momentum clipped sideways like someone had shoulder-checked him midair. He missed Uraraka by inches, skidding across the floor. Uraraka stumbled but stayed standing. Izuku slammed the shutter shut immediately. His neck screamed. His vision flashed white for a moment. He swallowed bile and forced himself upright. Bakugo stared at him, breathing hard, eyes shining. Then he smiled. Not because he was happy. Because he was thrilled. "There it is," Bakugo whispered. "You fired." Izuku's throat tightened. "I had to." Bakugo rose slowly, cracking his neck. "Good. Now do it again, when I'm right in front of you." Izuku felt pressure spike again. He whispered through clenched teeth. "Uraraka, go." Uraraka hesitated, eyes wide. "But, go." Izuku shouted. Uraraka swallowed, then nodded and bolted out the door. Bakugo's head snapped toward her. His body leaned forward. Izuku stepped in front of him. And for the first time in years, Izuku didn't move like a ghost avoiding attention. He moved like a wall. "You're not getting past me," Izuku said, voice trembling. Bakugo's grin sharpened. "You think you can stop me?" Izuku's hands clenched into fists. Not because he was going to punch. Because bracing his core helped stabilize recoil. "I don't have to win," Izuku repeated. "I just have to hold you." Bakugo laughed like that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. "Then hold this." He exploded forward. Izuku's instincts screamed to blast. But the room was still full of floating debris and desks. Safe backdrops weren't perfect, so Izuku used the only advantage he had. Bakugo thought power meant aggression. Izuku knew power meant control. He stepped sideways at the last second, letting Bakugo's momentum carry him past. And as Bakugo passed, Izuku fired a tiny burst downward. Not at Bakugo. At the floor near Bakugo's heel. Thump. The shove disrupted Bakugo's footing mid-stride. Bakugo's ankle slipped. His body twisted. He slammed shoulder first into the doorframe. The frame cracked. Bakugo snarled and tried to grab Izuku's visor's trap anyway, fingers scraping the side guard. Izuku jerked back, heart spiking. The gate slammed inside his skull. A flash of panic tried to open it wide. Izuku hissed, "Lock." He didn't finish the word. Because he felt it. His visor strap tugged. Bakugo's fingers had caught the edge. Bakugo's eyes gleamed. "Got you." Izuku's blood went ice cold. If Bakugo ripped the visor off in here, if the gate opened, the room would become a disaster. And All Might's rules would become a tragedy. Izuku's breathing turned ragged. His hands shook. Then, a voice in his memory, exhausted and flat. "Panic is your real enemy." Izuku forced himself to breathe once. Slow. Deliberate. Then he did the most dangerous thing he could do. He stopped resisting the pull. He stepped into it. Bakugo yanked the visor strap, expecting Izuku to stumble backward. Instead, Izuku moved forward, closing the distance, ruining the angle. Bakugo blinked, thrown off for half a second. That half second saved Izuku's life. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's wrist, firm. Not violent, just enough to redirect. Then he aimed his face straight down, visor dial still at 1, and fired a micro-burst into the floor at his own feet. Thump. The recoil launched Izuku backward like a spring. Bakugo's grip snapped off the strap. Izuku skidded across the room and slammed against a wall, breath exploding out of him. Pain flared in his spine. But the visor stayed on. Bakugo stared at him like Izuku had just committed a personal crime. "You," Bakugo growled, voice shaking with fury. "You're cheating." Izuku wheezed, "It's called survival." Bakugo's eyes went feral. He raised both hands, palms glowing with sweat and sparks. "Fine," Bakugo snarled. "Then I'll just blow you up until it." A bigger explosion this time, still controlled for training, but heavy enough to make the room shake. Izuku threw his arms up instinctively. The visor absorbed part of the blast shockwave, but the pressure behind Izuku's eyes surged violently. The gate slammed, his vision blurred. For a second, he felt like his own face was a kettle about to whistle. Izuku gasped. His body screamed lockdown, but he couldn't run. If he ran, Bakugo would chase Uraraka. So Izuku made a choice. Not a strong choice, a responsible one. He flicked the dial to 2 again. He aimed upward, not at Bakugo, at the ceiling above the doorway. A safe direction, less risk of hitting someone directly. Then he opened the shutter for a controlled cone burst. Boom, thump. The concussive blast hit the ceiling slab, not to shatter it, but to blow dust and loose debris downward like a smoke screen. The air filled with gray grit. Bakugo coughed, vision disrupted. Izuku slammed the shutter shut and used the moment. He sprinted past Bakugo, not to escape, to block the hallway. Because the hallway was narrower, easier to control, fewer floating hazards. Bakugo spat dust. "You think dust will stop me?" Izuku didn't answer. He took a stance at the hallway entrance like he was guarding a door to the world. Bakugo charged. Izuku fired a blink shot downward at the floor in front of Bakugo's foot. Thump. Bakugo hopped, adjusting instantly. Izuku fired again, slightly to the side. Thump. Bakugo slid, cursed, regained. Bakugo was adapting. Fast. Because Bakugo always did. And then Bakugo did something smarter. He stopped charging. He smiled. And Izuku's stomach dropped. Bakugo raised his NDS and fired an explosion not at Izuku, but at the wall beside him. Concrete cracked. Chunks flew. Debris. Shrapnel. The exact thing Izuku feared. Bakugo's grin widened. "What's wrong? Don't like fighting in your own mess." Izuku's heart hammered. He couldn't fire in that debris cloud safely. Bakugo knew it. Bakugo was trying to force him into lockdown. To make him hesitate. To make him fail. Izuku's eyes burned. Pressure surged. Fear tried to open the gate wide. Izuku whispered, hoarse, "Count. 1, 2, 3. He locked the visor fully. 0. No firing. Bakugo's grin turned triumphant. "There it is." He lunged forward, aiming straight for Izuku's visor again. Izuku moved. Not with blasts. With his body. He dropped low, rolled, and came up behind Bakugo's knee, using the simplest, oldest tactic in combat. Trip the guy who thinks he can't be tripped. Izuku hooked his leg behind Bakugo's ankle and shoved. Bakugo stumbled, shocked. Izuku didn't celebrate. He just kept moving, creating distance, forcing Bakugo to turn. Bakugo recovered fast, spinning, eyes blazing. "You!" he snarled. Izuku was breathing hard now, sweat sliding down his temples under the visor padding. His eyes felt like they were being squeezed. But he stayed locked. No blasts. Because debris. Bakugo's anger twisted into something sharper. He looked down the hallway. He looked toward the stairwell. And Izuku realized with horror. Bakugo was done playing. Bakugo was going to bypass him. Izuku's mind raced. If Bakugo reached the stairwell, he'd catch Uraraka. Uraraka was brave, but Bakugo was violent speed. Izuku had one choice. He needed a safe backdrop. He needed a moment. He needed. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind again, unexpectedly. Use your brain. Panic is your enemy. Izuku glanced at the debris chunks on the floor. Then he glanced at the concrete wall behind Bakugo, intact, solid, uncracked. A safe backdrop. If he could move Bakugo into the correct position. Izuku swallowed. He shouted, "Bakugo." Bakugo's head snapped toward him instantly. Good. Hooked. Izuku took a step backward, toward the wider office space behind him. Bakugo sneered. Running again. Izuku forced his voice to stay steady. "Come and stop me." Bakugo's grin returned. He charged. Izuku retreated, carefully, guiding the fight away from the debris-heavy hallway and back into the room where Uraraka had floated objects earlier. The room still had fewer sharp chunks in the air, The worst debris had settled. Not perfect, but workable. Izuku positioned himself so Bakugo's back would line up with that intact wall. Bakugo lunged, hand reaching for the visor strap. Izuku flicked the dial to 2. He braced. He aimed not at Bakugo's head. Not at his torso. At the air beside him, angled so the push would slam him backward, not sideways. He opened the shutter for a blink longer than he wanted. Thump! Boom! Bakugo got hit like an invisible battering ram. His body flew backward and slammed into the wall with a heavy crack. The wall dented but didn't collapse. Bakugo slid down, stunned for half a second, breath knocked out of him. Izuku slammed the shutter shut immediately. His neck screamed. He tasted blood in his mouth, probably from biting his tongue. But Bakugo wasn't moving, not unconscious, just paused. And in that pause, Izuku heard something he hadn't heard all match. Silence. Not in the building. Inside Bakugo. A-mo. Meant where Bakugo realized, Deku can move me. Bakugo's eyes lifted slowly. Fury. Shock. And something like respect he didn't want to admit. You, Bakugo rasped. Izuku panted, voice shaking. Stay down. Bakugo's lips curled. Make me. He tried to push up. Izuku's eyes burned. His pressure surged. He could fire again, but he didn't. Because firing again wasn't the point. The point was time. Izuku backed toward the door. Keeping Bakugo in view, body ready. Uraraka's already upstairs, Izuku said, voice hoarse. You lost. Bakugo's pupils tightened. No, he whispered. He exploded upward, launching forward again. And Izuku's heart dropped because Bakugo was still Bakugo. Still relentless. Still angry enough to run through walls. Izuku's pressure spiked. He felt the gate slam. He whispered, lockdown. Then the building speakers blared All Might's voice. Time. Bakugo froze mid-motion like the word itself was a restraint device. Izuku froze too. For a second, neither of them moved. Then All Might's voice boomed again. Delighted. Hero team victory. Izuku's breath left him in a shaky rush. Bakugo's face twisted like he'd been insulted by reality itself. He turned sharply, looking toward the stairwell. Because he knew. He knew what had happened. On the 3rd floor, Uraraka had done exactly what she promised. Iida had guarded the weapon like a proper villain, rigid and focused. Uraraka had tried to sneak past him and failed. So she adapted. She used the environment. She floated a chunk of broken cement slab and released it to create a sudden obstacle. Iida dodged, because he was fast. But the dodge forced him to step off the exact path guarding the weapon. Uraraka didn't punch him. She didn't try to outspeed him. She just ran straight for the objective, slapped a hand onto the mock weapon, and shouted. Got it. Iida, honorable to a fault, had stopped. Because rules mattered. Victory mattered. But not more than fairness. Uraraka had won. And Izuku had kept Bakugo away long enough for it to happen. Back in the observation room, students gathered and watched replays. All Might was practically vibrating with excitement. Midoriya used his quirk with restraint. All Might said, pointing at the screen. He chose positioning over raw output. He kept collateral risk low. Kaminari blinked. Wait, so his eye quirk is like a cannon. Juro squinted. More like a pressure blast. Todoroki watched silently, eyes narrowing slightly, not impressed, but paying attention. Iida stood stiffly beside Uraraka, face red with frustration at himself. I allowed my defensive stance to become predictable. Uraraka waved her hands awkwardly. No, you were really good. I just got lucky. Iida pushed his glasses up. Luck favors the prepared. You used your quirk intelligently. Uraraka smiled. A little proud. Bakugo sat with clenched so hard it looked like his teeth might crack. Izuku sat a little apart, visor off now because they were in a safe room, Aizawa's erasure not needed. And his eyes were tired in a way that felt ancient. All Might leaned down near him, voice lowered so only Izuku could hear. You did well, All Might said softly. Izuku swallowed. I didn't beat him. All Might's smile was gentle. You didn't need to. You protected your teammate and completed the objective. That's hero work. Izuku's eyes stung, not from pressure this time, but emotion. Then Aizawa's voice cut in. Flat as always. Midoriya. Izuku straightened. Yes, sir. Aizawa stared at him like he was weighing him again. You didn't lose control, Aizawa said. Izuku nodded slowly. I almost did. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. But you didn't. He looked away like he was bored. Keep it that way. Then he added, almost reluctantly. And your blind fighting habit. Make it a skill, not a crutch. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes, sir. Bakugo stood abruptly, chair scraping. He glared at Izuku like a storm with a heartbeat. This isn't over, Bakugo hissed. Izuku met his eyes. For once, he didn't flinch. I know, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo's expression twisted, because the old Izuku would have apologized. The old Izuku would have tried to smooth it over. This Izuku just stood there. Bakugo scoffed and stormed out. The room exhaled when he left. Uraraka shuffled closer to Izuku. You were really amazing, she said, voice soft. Izuku's cheeks warmed. I was terrified. Uraraka nodded like that was obvious. Yeah, but you still did it. Izuku looked down at his hands. He thought of Bakugo's fingers on his visor strap. Thought of that moment of cold fear. Thought of his breathing technique, his rules. His restraint. Then he looked up. UA wasn't going to be kind. Villains wouldn't be kind. But today, he'd proved something important. He wasn't just a hazard wearing a lock. He could be a hero, even with a ticking time bomb behind his eyes. And somewhere deep inside, One for All pulsed like a sleeping storm. As if reminding him, this was only the beginning. The first week at UA taught Izuku something he didn't expect. It wasn't that everyone here was strong. He already knew that. It wasn't even that quirks could be refined into art. He knew that too, because he'd been refining survival his entire life. No, the surprise was simpler. At UA, people didn't just have power. They lived like power was normal. Kirishima cracked jokes while punching concrete like it owed him money. Kaminari electrocuted himself and laughed it off. Zero taped things to ceilings and acted like gravity was optional. Even Todoroki, who felt like a walking winter storm, sat quiet. Lee, like half the class, wasn't scared of him. Izuku watched all of it with a strange mixture of awe and envy. Because when they got excited, their quirks didn't threaten to erase the room. When they got scared, their powers didn't try to escape their faces. Izuku couldn't forget the rules, not even for a second. He wore his visor to class. He wore it in the hallways. He wore it so often that the traps left faint marks on his skin by the end of the day. Some students stopped noticing. Some didn't. Mineta stared like it was an accessory. Kaminari asked too many questions. Sato offered protein bars like that would fix everything. But Aizawa never stopped noticing. Every time Izuku shifted too fast. Every time he flinched at a loud sound. Every time his breathing changed. Aizawa's half-lidded gaze would sharpen for half a second like a sensor alarm going off in his brain. It made Izuku feel both safer and more exposed. Because Aizawa was watching like a man who understood one truth better than anyone. A hero's mistakes don't just hurt themselves. The day they went to the USJ started as a normal class day. Until it wasn't. Aizawa walked into homeroom with his sleeping bag under one arm. Looking like he'd fought a bear and lost. Put on your training uniforms, he said. We're going out. The class erupted instantly. Where? Uraraka asked. To rescue training, Aizawa replied flatly. Ida's hand shot up. Sensei, may I ask what facility we will be attending? Aizawa stared at him like he was a math problem. Unforeseen simulation joint. Kaminari blinked. USJ. That place is huge. Aizawa yawned. Yes. Izuku's stomach tightened. Rescue training. That meant rubble. Smoke. Crowds. Tight spaces. And the worst possible thing for him. Chaos. All Might wasn't with them today. Izuku noticed immediately. Because All Might was usually somewhere nearby, watching like a proud son. But today, nothing. No booming voice. No bright smile. Just Aizawa. And 13 students heading into a rescue facility that was designed to simulate disasters. Izuku's visor felt heavier. He checked his locks twice before they boarded the bus. Uraraka leaned over the seat. You okay? Izuku forced a smile. Yeah, he wasn't lying. Not fully. He wasn't panicking. Yet. But he could feel it, like static under his skin. Rescue training was dangerous for everyone. For him, it was a minefield. The USJ was massive. A domed facility with different zones. Flood areas, fire zones, collapsed building zones, mountain terrain, even a fake city area. It smelled like concrete and saltwater and industrial cleaner. 13 walked ahead of them, smiling brightly. "Welcome, students." 13's cheerful voice echoed through the dome. "Today you'll be learning about rescue work, because heroism isn't just fighting villains." Izuku listened carefully. Rescue work mattered to him more than combat. Because combat allowed you to pick angles sometimes. Rescue didn't. Rescue forced you into tight places and fragile environments. 13 continued. "Remember, your quirks are powerful tools. But if mishandled," Aizawa cut in, "don't use them to show off." The class laughed nervously. Izuku did not. Because Aizawa's tone was not joking. 13 nodded. "Right. Safety first." Izuku's fingers hovered near his visor dial. "Dial at 0. Always start at 0. Then, the air changed. It wasn't dramatic at first. It was subtle, like the dome itself took a breath and held it. Izuku's skin prickled. The pressure behind his eyes twitched. Not because he was scared. Because something was wrong. Aizawa's posture shifted. 13 stopped mid-sentence. The lights above flickered. And then, a swirling black-purple vortex opened near the entrance like a wound in reality. The class froze. Izuku's heart stopped. The vortex widened. And people walked out. Villains. Real ones. Not training robots. Not simulated hazards. Real villains. Their presence hit the air like poison. 13's voice turned sharp immediately. "Everyone, get behind me." Aizawa's scarf lifted like a living creature. "Stay back," Aizawa ordered, calm and deadly. "This isn't training." Izuku's chest tightened. His eyes burned. The gate SL. Ahmed against the lock like it had been waiting for this. Fear tried to rip open the door. Izuku whispered, "Count. 1, 2, 3. A man with a hand-covered face stepped forward with casual menace. Shigaraki Tamura. He looked at them like they were insects. "UA students," Shigaraki said, voice scratchy and amused. "This is easier than I thought." Kirishima stepped forward, fists clenched. "Villains. Here." Shigaraki tilted his head. "We're here to kill All Might." The words landed like a bomb. All Might. Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might wasn't here. He wasn't. Aizawa moved instantly. He stepped forward like a shield between the class and the villains. 13, Aizawa said quietly, "Take them and run." 13 hesitated. But, Aizawa's eyes glowed red. "Now." 13 nodded. Then, the vortex pulsed, and the air twisted. Izuku felt the ground disappear under his feme. The world folded, and Izuku's stomach lurched violently as reality grabbed him by the collar and threw him. Izuku hit the ground hard. Cold water splashed his face. He rolled instinctively, coughing. His visor stayed on. Thank God. He pushed himself up, and saw water. A huge flood zone, waves slapping Aga. Concrete platforms and floating wreckage. Several classmates had been scattered nearby, struggling to stand. Suyu was there, crouched on a platform, eyes wide but alert. Mineta clung to her leg like a terrified grape. Izuku's heart hammered. They'd been separated. His brain screamed. Stay calm. Locate threats. Assess environment. He forced himself to breathe. Then villains rose from the water. Not one. Not two. A group. They grinned like sharks. One of them cracked his knuckles. We got kids. Mineta screamed. Suyu hissed, Midoriya, stay behind me. Izuku didn't. Because behind Suyu was the water. And in water zones, his optics were worse. A concussive blast could create unpredictable spray, throw debris, topple platforms. And if he fired too hard, he could knock someone into deep water. But he couldn't do nothing. Not with Suyu outnumbered. Not with Mineta shaking like he'd faint. Izuku locked his dial at 1. Micro only. He aimed downward at a concrete edge, a safe backdrop. Brace. Breathe. He opened the shutter for a blink. Thump. The force hit the platform edge and created a shockwave that splashed water outward, not violent enough to destroy, but strong enough to shove the nearest villain back with surprise. The villain stumbled into the water, cursing. Another villain lunged, slipping on wet concrete. Suyu kicked him back with a frog-like snap. Izuku moved beside her, eyes scanning. Suyu. Izuku panted, we need to get out of the water zone. Suyu's eyes widened slightly. Agreed. Your quirk is dangerous here. Mineta squeaked, your face gun is dangerous everywhere. Izuku ignored him. He spotted a ramp leading to a higher platform, closer to the central structure. But villains blocked it. One villain held a knife. Knife. Izuku's chest tightened. A knife didn't care about optics. A knife cared about distance. The villain smirked. You kids aren't heroes yet. Tsuyu's posture tightened, ready to spring. Izuku's pressure rose. He felt the gate slam. Fear tried to open it wider. He whispered, count. 1, 2, 3. He had to choose. If he fired at the villain, recoil could make him slip and fall into the water. If he didn't, Tsuyu would have to fight close range. Izuku took a step forward and did something he'd practiced but never used in real danger. He closed his eyes. He dropped the slit shut. Darkness. He listened. Waves. Footsteps on wet concrete. Knife hand shifting. He angled his head slightly toward the ramp's base. Safe backdrop. Concrete. He flicked dial still at 1. Opened shutter. Thump. The concussive push hit the ground, not the villain. And shoved water and air outward. The villain's footing slipped. He stumbled sideways. Tsuyu immediately used the opening, leaping forward and kicking him in the chest. He fell backward into the water. Knife flying from his hand. Izuku opened his eyes again. They ran. Tsuyu grabbed Mineta by the collar, dragging him like luggage. Izuku stayed slightly behind them, ready. Villains shouted. But they didn't chase too far, because water slowed them too. They reached the ramp and climbed. Izuku's neck burned from the repeated micro-recoil. His eyes burned from pressure. But they moved. They escaped the flood zone. Izuku exhaled shakily. Then Tsuyu's voice cut in, urgent. Midoriya, she said. Look. Izuku turned, and saw the center of the USJ dome far away. Aizawa was down there, alone, surrounded, and fighting like a nightmare. Aizawa wasn't flashy. He wasn't loud. He was brutal efficiency. He erased quirks with his stare and used his scarf like a weapon, binding villains, slamming them into the ground. Moving through crowds like a predator. But there were too many. Izuku could see it even from a distance. Aizawa's shoulders were tense. His scarf whipped constantly. His eyes glowed red, then flickered. Because erasure wasn't infinite. Because blinking was human. And villains weren't patient. Tsuyu's voice was tight. We need to regroup with the others. Izuku nodded. Yes. Mineta whimpered. Can we regroup somewhere not near the death fight? Izuku's chest tightened. Because Aizawa was their emergency brake. Aizawa was the kill switch. If Aizawa went down, Izuku's worst-case scenario became reality. A fight in chaos with no off switch. Tsuyu pulled him toward the central structure. Come on. They moved through corridors and platforms, dodging villains. Izuku kept his dial low. Using only micro-pushes when absolutely necessary, shoving debris aside, knocking villains off balance without shattering the environment. It was messy. It was real. And it was terrifying. Then they reached a main corridor near the central plaza. And that's when Izuku heard it. A scream. Not villain. Not random. A scream that made his blood freeze because it was familiar. Uraraka. Izuku turned sharply. Down the corridor, Uraraka was backing away from two villains, hands up, eyes wide. Beside her, Iida stood rigid, ready to strike. But the villains were taunting, threatening to force a mistake. Izuku's heart surged. He started forward. Then, a shadow dropped from above. A creature. Huge, muscular, stitched together like a nightmare made flesh. Its mouth was a grin without humor. Its eyes were blank. And it radiated wrongness. The Nomu. It landed with a thud that shook the corridor. Uraraka gasped. Iida froze. Izuku's stomach dropped into the earth. Because he knew instantly. That thing wasn't meant for them. It was meant for All Might. And it was here. Which meant, All Might was going to come. And if All Might came, the villains would push Izuku. The chaos would spike. The gate would slam. The visor would be tested. The city-level threat inside his face would be, right there. Shigaraki's voice echoed from somewhere, amused. Bring him. Izuku's breath shook. Tsuyu grabbed his arm. Midoriya. We can't fight that. Izuku knew. He knew. But his eyes burned like a caged storm. And then the Nomu moved. It lunged toward Uraraka and Iida like a bullet. Iida reacted, kicking forward with engine speed. Uraraka stumbled, trying to dodge. But the Nomu was faster. Too fast. And Izuku's body moved before his brain could argue. He flicked dial to 2. Brace. Breathe. He aimed at the corridor floor near Nomu's path, safe backdrop, thick concrete. He opened shutter for a controlled push. Boom, thump. The concussive force hit the floor and surged upward like a wedge. Nomu's trajectory shifted, barely. Just enough that its clawed hand missed Uraraka's head and instead slammed into the wall beside her, cracking it. Uraraka screamed. Izuku slammed the shutter shut. His neck screamed louder. His eyes flashed white. The corridor filled with dust. But Uraraka was alive. Iida stared at Izuku, shocked. Midoriya. Izuku wheezed, run. Tsuyu grabbed Mineta and bolted. Uraraka stumbled backward. Iida hesitated, eyes flicking toward the center, toward Aizawa. I can't, Iida said, voice shaking with duty. We must aid the teachers. Izuku's voice snapped sharper than he expected. Iida, this thing is not for us. Iida's jaw clenched. The Nomu turned toward Izuku. And for a second, Izuku felt like it could sense the pressure behind his eyes. Like it smelled danger. It stepped forward, cracking the floor with each step. Izuku's heart hammered. This was not a robot. This was not training. This was a monster. Fear surged. Pressure surged with it. The optic gate slammed against the visor lock harder than it ever had before. Izuku gasped. Tsuyu shouted, Midoriya. Uraraka shouted, Midoriya-kun. Izuku's hands shook. If he panicked, he could fire. If he fired wrong, he could kill everyone Nomu would reach them. His breathing turned ragged. His vision blurred. He whispered, count. 1, 2, 3. It wasn't working. His fear wasn't settling. His fear was feeding the storm. The visor vibrated faintly. Izuku's blood went cold. Not because of Nomu. Because of his own face. He felt it, like the lock was holding back an ocean. And oceans didn't care about locks. Aizawa's voice echoed from the center plaza, distant but sharp. Students, get out. Izuku's chest tightened. Aizawa. Aizawa was still fighting, but the Nomu was here. And then, Shigaraki stepped into view behind Nomu. Hands in pockets, smiling like this was entertainment. He looked at Izuku's visor with mild curiosity. Those glasses, Shigaraki said lazily. Interesting. Izuku's breath shook. Shigaraki tilted his head. Are you dangerous? Izuku didn't answer. Because the truth was yes. Shigaraki smiled wider. Good. He raised a hand. And villains began closing in down the corridor. Trapping them. Boxing them in. Izuku's panic surged full force. His optic gate slammed. The visor's frame creaked. Izuku's eyes widened. This was it. This was the moment where training ended. Where his rules were tested by real death. And he was losing. He whispered, horse, lockdown. He twisted the dial to 0 hard enough his knuckles whitened. The shutter sealed. No output. But the pressure didn't stop. It built. Because fear didn't stop. Because One for All didn't care about his calm. It just wanted out. Izuku's breathing turned into gasps. Uraraka grabbed his arm. Midoriya-kun, your visor. Tsuyu's eyes widened. It's shaking. Mineta screamed, he's gonna nuke us. Izuku wanted to scream back, I know. But his throat wouldn't work. Shigaraki watched like he was waiting for a show. Nomu stepped closer. Izuku's legs trembled. His eyes burned. Then, a red glow flashed across the corridor. A scarf shot through the air like a whip. Aizawa appeared, bloodied, breathing hard, eyes glowing red, scarf whipping. He slammed into the corridor between the students and the villains like a shield made of exhaustion. Move, Aizawa barked. Izuku's breath caught. Aizawa's erasure hit Izuku like a wave. The pressure behind Izuku's eyes vanished. Instantly. Silence. Izuku almost collapsed from relief. Aizawa's eyes were locked on Shigaraki and Nomu, glowing red with absolute focus. You. Aizawa snapped at the students. Run. Now. Iida's face tightened. But. Aizawa's voice turned feral. I said run. Iida flinched. Uraraka grabbed Izuku's sleeve. Tsuyu grabbed Mineta. They ran. Izuku looked back once, just once, and saw Aizawa standing alone again, scarf whipping, eyes glowing, body bleeding. A kill switch holding the line. A human being burning himself out to keep kids alive. Izuku's chest twisted. Guilt. Fury. Fear. Everything surged at once. But Aizawa's erasure still held his quirk down, keeping the storm silent. They sprinted toward the exit. The corridor shook behind them. Shigaraki laughed. Nomu roared. And Izuku realized the truth with sick clarity. If Aizawa's eyes ever closed, if he blinked wrong, Izuku's power would come back online in the middle of a warzone. And the next time fear hit him, it wouldn't just shake a visor. It could erase a city block. They burst into the central plaza where the class was regrouping. Chaos everywhere. Students scattered. Teachers fighting. Smoke in the air. Then, the dome's entrance doors exploded inward. And All Might stepped in. Not smiling. Not boisterous. Not bright. All Might walked in with a face like a storm. He took in the scene in one sweep. Students panicked, teachers injured, villains everywhere. And his eyes hardened. For a second, Izuku felt warm. Because All Might was here. But then he felt cold. Because All Might being here meant the villains would push harder. Which meant chaos would spike. Which meant his eyes would spike. All Might's voice boomed through the dome, not cheerful this time. Villains. He took a step forward. And you have done something unforgivable. Shigaraki laughed. All Might, you came. All Might's smile, if you could call it that, was sharp. I'm here, All Might said. Izuku's hands shook. Not because of villains. Because he could feel one for all inside him responding to All Might like a tuning fork meeting a louder note. Like power recognizing power. The storm in his body stirred. And his eyes burned again. Izuku whispered, terrified, not now. Uraraka grabbed his arm. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Izuku nodded too fast. I'm fine. But he wasn't. Because the second Aizawa's erasure stopped reaching him in the chaos, his optic gate would come roaring back. And this time the environment was rubble and crowds and smoke and panic. A perfect recipe for disaster. Izuku stared at All Might facing Shigaraki and Nomu. He understood something painfully. He could not afford to lose control. Not even once. Because if he did, he wouldn't just fail as a hero. He would become the villain story people told about the boy whose eyes destroyed everything. And he would never forgive himself. All Might moving was like watching a natural disaster with a conscience. The moment he stepped forward, the whole dome felt smaller. Villains who had been laughing 2 seconds ago suddenly hesitated. The air itself seemed to tighten around him. Izuku felt it in his bones because one for all inside him reacted like it recognized its original storm. Power answering power. And that reaction did something terrifying. It made the pressure behind Izuku's eyes rise even with the visor locked. Like the energy inside him wanted out, and his optic gate was the easiest door. Izuku's fingers curled hard around his visor dial. 0. Full lockdown. He didn't touch it. He didn't dare. Because right now, he didn't just have to survive villains. He had to survive himself. All Might confronted Shigaraki. Shigaraki waved a hand lazily, like he was bored. Then Nomu moved. It lunged at All Might with a speed that didn't match its size, a blur of muscle and stitches. All Might met it head-on. The shockwave of their first impact rolled across the dome like thunder. Students screamed. Concrete cracked. Dust rose. Izuku flinched. The gate slammed. The visor vibrated. He swallowed and forced his breathing down. Count. 1, 2, 3. Uraraka grabbed his sleeve. Midoriya-kun, your visor. I'm fine. Izuku lied, because if he admitted the truth out loud, panic would bloom. Tsuyu's eyes flicked to him sharply. Your quirk is building pressure. Izuku's throat tightened. I know. Iida looked between them, tense with decision. We must assist Aizawa-sensei and 13. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku's stomach turned. He looked across the dome. Aizawa was still fighting, still erasing. Scarf whipping, until a villain got a lucky hit. A blade flashed. Blood sprayed. Aizawa's body jerked. He stumbled. His eyes flickered. And Izuku felt it instantly. A horrible, sickening return. The pressure behind his eyes surged back online like someone had flipped a switch inside his skull. The optic gate slammed so hard against the lock that Izuku's vision blurred. The visor's frame creaked. Izuku's heart stopped. Aizawa was down, and the kill switch was slipping. Izuku's breathing broke into gasps. His hands shook so violently he had to grab his own wrist to steady it. Uraraka's voice turned panicked. Midoriya-kun. Tsuyu hissed, he's losing control. Mineta screamed, he's gonna. Shut up, Izuku rasped, not because Mineta was wrong, but because the words were feeding fear into the air. Fear fed the storm. Izuku's mind flashed to All Might's rules. If panic rises, lock down. If the visor fails, run. But the visor wasn't failing. Not yet. The pressure was just rising. Like a kettle sealed too tight. Izuku's eyes burned like molten metal behind the gate, pressing. And then he felt something worse. A tiny slip. Not the shutter opening. Not the dial moving. A slip inside him. Like the door behind his eyes had found a crack. A hairline leak. A faint hum of energy that made the visor glass shimmer. Izuku's blood turned to ice. A micro leak here could still punch through a wall. And the dome was full of students. Izuku's hands clenched. He forced himself to breathe slow. But the environment was chaos. Shouting. Explosions. The Nomu's roar. All Might's impact shaking the air. Fear everywhere. He couldn't find calm. So he stopped trying to calm down. And did something different. He remembered what Aizawa said. Use your brain. Panic is your enemy. If he couldn't stop panic, he had to build a protocol that worked even while panicking. Izuku's voice came out hoarse but sharp. Uraraka. Uraraka blinked. Huh. Izuku grabbed her wrist gently. If I say, blackout, you float me. Immediately. Uraraka's eyes widened. Float you? Yes, Izuku said fast. Off the ground. It reduces recoil risk, gives me space. If I fire accidentally, direction control becomes easier. Tsuyu stared. That's actually smart. Izuku's breathing was ragged. And Tsuyu, if I say blackout, you pull people away from me. Clear radius. Tsuyu nodded immediately. Ribbit. Iida snapped. Midoriya, what are you doing? Izuku looked at him through the visor slit, eyes burning. Not dying. Then he whispered the word he'd been avoiding. Blackout. Uraraka didn't hesitate. She slapped a hand against Izuku's shoulder. Zero gravity. Izuku's body went weightless. His stomach flipped as he lifted off the ground a meter, then two. Tsuyu immediately yelled, move back. Mineta screamed and scuttled away. Iida grabbed a nearby student and pulled them back too, startled but obeying. Uraraka held Izuku steady, biting her lip, eyes focused. Zuku floated in place like a dangerous balloon. He hated it, but he also felt something important. When you're weightless, you're not bracing on ground. If a blast leaks, recoil won't slam you into concrete and snap your neck. You'll drift. You'll survive. And more importantly, with open space around him, collateral risk dropped. Izuku forced a shaky breath. He whispered, okay. NT. Then he did the second part of his protocol. He closed his eyes. He dropped the viewing slit completely. Darkness. No visual input. Less stimulation. Less panic feeding the gate. He listened to the world instead. All Might's voice booming somewhere. Nomu's roar. The wet slap of villains, footsteps. Uraraka's breathing close to him. Tsuyu's steady stance. Iida's rapid breaths, still tense. Izuku kept his eyes shut. Kept his face angled upward. Safe direction, sky. If anything leaked, it would go up. Not into people. Not into walls. Up. This was the only way to survive being a cannon in a crowded room. His visor still vibrated faintly. But now, he wasn't fighting panic. He was containing it. Midoriya, Uraraka whispered, voice shaking, are you okay? Izuku swallowed. I'm managing. Tsuyu's voice was calm. You're doing good. Izuku almost laughed at that. Because, doing good, right now meant, not accidentally erasing the dome. Then, across the USJ, Aizawa screamed. A real scream. Pain. Izuku's eyes snapped open instinctively. The gate slammed. The visor vibrated violently. Uraraka gasped. Izuku's breath caught. Aizawa. He was down. The kill switch was gone. And Izuku felt the storm surge like a flood. His visor creaked again, louder this time. A hairline crack. No, just strain. But strain meant time. Time meant failure. Izuku's brain flashed hot. He whispered, no. And then a villain noticed him. A thug with a crooked grin looked up at the floating boy and laughed. What's this? A little mascot. He raised a hand, quirk glowing, some kind of projectile. Tsuyu tensed. Iida moved. Uraraka's breath hitched. And Izuku realized something horrifying. They weren't just trying to kill All Might. They were going to provoke him. They were going to poke the bomb until it went off. Shigaraki had asked earlier, are you dangerous? He wanted the answer to be yes. Izuku's hands shook. But he didn't fire. He couldn't. So he used the protocol again. Tsuyu, Izuku rasped. Take him down. Don't let him hit me. Suyu nodded once and sprang, frog fast, kicking the villain's wrist so the projectile shot harmlessly into the ceiling. Concrete dust fell. Izuku flinched. The gate slammed. Uraraka tightened her grip. Midoriya-kun. Izuku whispered, "Keep me up. Keep space." Uraraka nodded, face pale. Iida looked at Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time, not as quirk boy, but as a walking responsibility. "We must evacuate you," Iida said quickly. "Your condition is unstable." Izuku swallowed. "I know. Then we should leave," Iida insisted. Izuku's chest tightened. "Leave. Run. That was Rule 4, wasn't it? If equipment fails, leave." But equipment wasn't failing yet. He was. And leaving would mean abandoning Aizawa, abandoning 13, abandoning classmates scattered around the dome. Izuku couldn't. Not emotionally. Not morally. But morally didn't stop explosions. He looked toward the center again. All Might was still fighting Nomu. Still holding the line. But All Might was being pushed. And Shigaraki was watching, amused. If All Might fell, then everyone here died. And Izuku would become a disaster on top of disaster. Izuku whispered, "We need to regroup. Find the others." Suyu nodded. "Ribbit." Quote. Iida looked torn. "But All Might." Izuku's voice tightened. "All Might can handle himself." The words tasted like fear. But it was true. All Might was All Might. Izuku wasn't the one who belonged in that fight. Izuku belonged where heroes belonged most. Keeping civilians, keeping classmates, alive. So they moved. Uraraka floated him forward gently like she was carrying a fragile weapon. Suyu and Iida guarded the sides. Mineta clung to Iida's shirt like a terrified decoration. They navigated through corridors and disaster zones toward the main exit. Izuku kept his eyes shut most of the time, using sound and minimal peeks through the slit. Every time he heard a scream, pressure rose. Every time metal clanged, pressure rose. Every time someone yelled his name, pressure rose. But he stayed in protocol. Float. Space. Eyes shut. Face up. Lockdown. They found more classmates along the way, Momo, Jiro, Kaminari, scattered and shaken but alive. Iida took command, barking orders. Momo created items for defense. Suyu coordinated movements. Uraraka kept Izuku suspended like a dangerous star. And Izuku stayed quiet, focusing on one thing. Do not become collateral. Then they reached the exit area. And that's when disaster found them again. Kurogiri, the warp villain, stood near the doorway like a polite nightmare. His fogged body swirled, calm and unreadable. He tilted his head. "Leaving." Iida stepped forward, tense. "You will not stop us." Kurogiri's voice was gentle. "It is my role." His fog expanded. Izuku's stomach twisted. Teleportation. Warping. Unpredictable movement. A perfect quirk for forcing panic. The gate slammed. The visor vibrated. Uraraka's hands trembled. Izuku whispered, "Hold." Kurogiri's fog shot forward like a wave, reaching for them. And then, a blonde hero in a suit slammed into the scene like a missile. "You're not going anywhere," the hero shouted. It was the pro-heroes. "Back up." Finally. The facility echoed with sirens. More heroes flooded in. Kurogiri's fog recoiled slightly. Shigaraki's laugh echoed from deeper inside the dome, annoyed now. "Fine," Shigaraki muttered. "Retreat." The villains began pulling back. Nomu roared one last time. Still locked in combat with All Might. Then, with a final exchange, the villains warped out. The key, exhausted silence. Students collapsed. Some cried. Some stared blankly. Zuku's weightlessness ended as Uraraka finally released him, and his feet hit the ground like the world was reminding him he was still human. His knees nearly gave out. Suyu steadied him. Iida breathed hard, sweating, face pale. Uraraka's eyes were wet. "Midoriya-kun, your visor stopped shaking." Izuku swallowed, throat raw. "Because, I stopped feeding it panic." Uraraka blinked. "How?" Izuku looked down at his hands. He didn't have a perfect answer. Because he hadn't calmed down. He'd been terrified the whole time. But he'd built a process that let him function anyway. He whispered, "It's not just control. It's protocol." Suyu nodded slowly. "Like rescue procedures." Izuku nodded. "Yeah." Aizawa was carried out on a stretcher, bleeding, exhausted, but alive. Izuku's chest twisted with guilt again. All Might appeared in the distance, injured, breathing hard, but standing. The symbol of peace didn't fall. But the illusion that UA was safe did. Izuku stared at the shattered training environment and realized something that changed him permanently. In real combat, you don't get to pick the perfect moment to be calm. So if your power requires calm, you either build a system that works in fear, or you become the disaster everyone always feared you were. Izuku touched the side of his visor, feeling the solid frame under his fingers. He whispered to himself, "Next time, I'll be ready." The first time Izuku realized the USJ incident had changed him wasn't when his nightmares started. It wasn't when he began waking up with his fingers already gripping the visor dial like it was a lifeline. It wasn't even when he caught himself doing breathing counts in the hallway because someone laughed too loud behind him. It was when he noticed something small and cruel. He stopped being surprised by fear. Fear didn't feel like an emergency anymore. Fear felt like weather. Something you prepared for. Something you built protocols around. And that would have been fine, except the world outside UA didn't see protocols. They saw the headlines. They saw the shaky leaked footage. They saw a boy with a black visor in a war zone, floating off the ground like a containment unit, while pro-heroes fought real villains. They didn't know the details. They filled them in with imagination. UA. Student with laser eyes, nearly levels facility. Walking weapon in first-year class. As UA. Creating child soldiers. Izuku didn't read them. He didn't have to. He heard the whispers anyway. Even inside UA, the air felt different after USJ. Security got tighter. Teacher patrols increased. Aizawa looked even more tired than usual. 13's cheerful voice didn't sound as cheerful anymore. And in the middle of all that, Present Mike announced the next big thing like it was a party. "Listen up, you brats. It's time for the UA Sports Festival." The class exploded into noise. Kirishima shouted, "Yes." Kaminari yelled, "I'm gonna go viral." Mineta practically vibrated. Girls in the stands. Iida raised a hand, serious. "This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate our capabilities to pro-hero agencies." Uraraka leaned toward Izuku, eyes wide. "This is the one on TV, right?" Izuku nodded slowly. His stomach was already tightening. The sports festival wasn't just a school event. It was a stadium. Cameras. Spotlights. Public judgment. It was thousands of eyes on him. And his entire life. Eyes had been the problem. Aizawa's voice cut through the excitement like a cold towel slapped on a fever. "Midoriya." Izuku straightened instantly. "Yes, sir." Aizawa stared at his sore like he was looking at a ticking clock. "You're going to need upgrades." Izuku swallowed. "I know." Aizawa continued, "Your current visor was built for controlled environments. The sports festival is not controlled. Too many variables. Too much debris. Too many idiots." Kaminari in the background. "Hey." Aizawa ignored him. "Get to the support department," Aizawa said. "And Midoriya." Izuku's chest tightened. "Yes." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "If you lose control in front of the public, they won't call it an accident." Izuku's throat went dry. "They'll call it what it looks like," Aizawa finished. "A weapon failing." Izuku nodded. Slow and stiff. "Understood." Aizawa looked away like the conversation was over. "Good. Don't make me erase you on live television." That was Aizawa's version of encouragement. Izuku took it anyway. The support department smelled like oil, metal, and ambition. It was loud, power tools whining, sparks flying, students shouting over machines like this was their natural habitat. Izuku stepped in with his visor case under his arm and immediately felt like he'd entered a different species territory. Then a voice practically tackled him. "You." A girl with wild pink hair and goggles on her forehead leaned in so close Izuku could count her freckles. "I've been waiting for you." Izuku flinched. Huh. She grinned like a gremlin. "Midoriya Izuku. The visor boy. The walking hazard. The mystery cannon." Izuku's soul tried to leave his body. "Pete, please don't call me that. I'm Hatsume Mei," she declared like she was announcing a product launch. "And your gear is beautiful." Izuku blinked. "It is. It's overbuilt," Mei corrected, eyes shining. "Which means it's honest. That thing isn't trying to look cool. It's trying to keep people alive. That's romance." Izuku didn't know how to respond to gear romance, so he just stood there. Mei snatched the visor case from him with zero respect for personal space. "Let's see the baby." She popped it open, lifted the visor, and hummed like a mechanic inspecting an engine. Reinforced frame, manual lock, basic shutter, no internal gauge, no feedback loop. She frowned slightly. And you've been doing all modulation by instinct. Izuku nodded. And rules. Mei's grin returned. Rules are nice. But rules without feedback are prayers. Izuku swallowed. Can you add feedback? Mei's eyes sparkled. Can I? I live for this. She dragged him to a workbench and pulled out a thin screen module. We're going to add a pressure meter. Not a perfect one. Your quirk isn't exactly polite, but something that estimates output readiness. She sketched quickly on a tablet, talking fast like her brain was running ahead of her mouth. Okay. So, your optic blasts are concussive force, right? Like a kinetic beam. The gate is tied to eyelid exposure and optic focus, and one for all is acting like a booster pump. Izuku froze. How do you know about one for all? Mei waved a hand. I don't. I'm guessing. But your quirk is not naturally, city level, and the way your visor vibrates under stress looks like a pressure overload. You've got extra juice in there. I don't need names. I need data. Izuku exhaled. Fine. That actually made sense. Mei continued, we'll add a gauge that reads green, yellow, red based on micro tremors in the frame and your pulse input through the padding. Izuku blinked. My pulse. Yeah, Mei said casually. Fear spikes your heart rate, your quirk pressure spikes with fear, your visor strain spikes with pressure. You're basically a feedback instrument. We'll use it. Izuku stared at her like she was insane. She grinned. Thank you. Then she slapped a second component onto the bench, a secondary shutter. Double layer, she said. If the primary fails, the secondary catches. If both fail, Izuku's stomach dropped. Mei pointed at a small canister slot on the side. Emergency foam cartridge. You don't shoot foam. It shoots foam. It seals the visor slit instantly. Temporary blindness, yes. But you don't become a crater. Izuku's throat actually brilliant. I know. Mei chirped. Also, we're widening your peripheral vents. Your old visor builds heat and pressure internally. You're basically pressure cooking your own face. Izuku grimaced. That is, a sentence. Mei winked. Welcome to engineering. Izuku hesitated, then asked quietly, will it look scary? Mei paused. For the first time, her expression softened into something almost thoughtful. It already is scary, she said honestly. But scary doesn't mean bad. It means powerful. The trick is, you show people you're not reckless with it. Izuku swallowed. Mei tapped the visor frame. Let's make it so you can show that. By the time Izuku left, his visor felt like a new identity. Not sleek, not pretty, but smarter. It had a tiny internal readout visible at the bottom of his vision. Pressure, green, shutter, locked, dial, 0. And when his heart rate rose too quickly, the gauge shifted. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. Like a quiet warning, not shame, not fear, just information. Izuku walked back to class and realized something important. For the first time, he wasn't relying purely on discipline. He had tools. He had a system. And systems could survive chaos. The day of the sports festival arrived like a tidal wave. The stadium was massive. Crowds roared. Cameras floated. Spotlights swung across the arena like searching eyes. Izuku stood in the tunnel with Class 1A, his new visor on, his uniform crisp, his heart beating too fast. Pressure. Yellow. He swallowed and did his breathing count. 1, 2, 3. The gauge dipped back toward green. Uraraka nudged him. Hey, you okay? Izuku nodded. Yeah, just a lot of people. Uraraka smiled. Same, but we're doing it together. Izuku's throat tightened, but he nodded. Then Present Mike's voice thundered through the stadium. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UA Sports Festival. The crowd screamed. Izuku flinched. Pressure. Yellow. He forced it down. Aizawa stood in the shadows nearby, watching like a quiet threat to fate itself. Izuku met his eyes for half a second. Aizawa didn't nod. He didn't smile. But his gaze said one thing clearly. Don't you dare. Izuku almost laughed. Then the gates opened and Class 1A stepped into the arena. The sunlight hit them like a slap. The roar of the crowd hit them harder. Izuku's visor caught the light, dark and reflective. People pointed. Some cheered. Some whispered. Izuku heard someone in the stands yell. Is that the laser kid? Izuku's stomach twisted. He kept walking. He remembered what Mei said. Show them you're not reckless. So he did what he'd trained his whole life to do. He moved like restraint was a skill. Event 1, Obstacle Race. Aizawa's voice crackled over the speakers, flat as ever. First event, Obstacle Race. No restrictions. Present Mike screamed, use everything you've got. Izuku's heart kicked. Pressure. Yellow. He inhaled. Slow. Dial. 0. Start locked. The horn blared. Everyone sprinted. Izuku sprinted too, stronger now, one for all sitting in his muscles like restrained lightning. Then the first obstacle appeared. Giant robots, 0-pointers, marching across the course like living walls. Students panicked. Some fought. Some ran around. Bakugo blasted forward like he was born for chaos. Todoroki raised a hand and iced half the course in an instant. Izuku's stomach dropped. Ice meant slipping. Slipping meant panic. Panic meant Izuku forced his thoughts into protocol. He didn't fight the robot. Fighting the robot was pointless. He needed a path. He spotted a section where the robot's foot was about to land. If it landed, the ground would shake and throw everyone off balance. But if he timed it, he could use the shockwave like a launch. Izuku flicked dial to 1. Pressure. Yellow. He kept his eyes on the ground, safe backdrop. Brace. Breathe. As the robot's foot hit, Izuku opened the shutter for a blink, aimed downward behind him. Thump. The concussive push added to the ground's vibration and popped him forward like a springboard. Recoil punched his neck, but he'd braced. He sailed over a cracked section, landed, and kept running. People shouted. Someone yelled. He just boosted himself. Izuku didn't look up. He didn't take pride. Pride made people sloppy. He hit Todoroki's ice zone. Students slipped and fell. Izuku didn't. He lowered his stance, kept his center of gravity low, and used tiny micro-bursts into the ice at an angle to create traction breaks, little controlled fractures that gave his shoes grip. Dial 1. Blink. Shut. Again. Again. He moved through the ice field like someone who'd practiced moving without trusting the ground. Then came the minefield, metal plates that detonated if stepped on. Students jumped, dodged, screamed. Izuku's gut clenched. Explosions. Noise. Fear spikes. Pressure. Yellow right pointing arrow red flash. His visor beaked softly. Izuku froze for half a second. Not from fear. From discipline. Red meant, stop feeding it. He closed his eyes. He listened. Footsteps. Mines popping. Air shifts. He moved slower, deliberate, stepping only where he'd watched others step safely. Then, when he needed distance, he used a tiny upward cone burst, aimed straight up, to propel himself forward without risking a lateral blast. Dial 1. Upward. Short. Shut. He landed past a cluster of mines and kept going. By the time the obstacle race ended, Bakugo and Todoroki were ahead, as expected. But Izuku wasn't behind. He crossed high, top tier. Not because he was explosive. Because he was consistent. And the crowd's noise shifted. Less, weapon. More, wow. Event 2, Cavalry Battle. Izuku's name ended up with a high point headband. Which meant one thing. He would be hunted. Uraraka found him immediately. Team up. Izuku nodded. Yes. Tokiyami approached like a shadow with manners. Midoriya. Uraraka. If you need power, Dark Shadow offers it. Izuku blinked. You want to team. Tokiyami's bird-like eyes were calm. Victory requires strategy. Then Mei Hatsume appeared out of nowhere like a projectile. I'm joining you, she shouted. Izuku flinched. Mei grinned, slapping a support belt on herself. If you make it to the finals, I get more screen time. It's marketing. Uraraka whispered, is she okay? Izuku whispered back, no. They built the cavalry stack. Tokiyami at the base, Dark Shadow braced like a living fortress. Uraraka and Mei on the middle layer. Izuku on top. Izuku's visor readout flickered. Pressure. Green. Good. The horn blared. And the field became war. Teams charged, headbands snatched, bodies flying, quirks clashing. Izuku stayed still. Not because he wasn't scared. Because his job was not to fight. His job was to remain a stable objective while the team defended. Tokiyami was a beast. Dark Shadow swatted attackers away. Uraraka floated incoming debris like shields. Mei threw gadgets like she was conducting chaos. And Izuku. Izuku used his eyes like a scalpel. Not beams. Not city level. Just tiny pressure pops aimed at the ground near Ataka's feet, disrupting balance, forcing misses, creating openings for Tokiyami to shove them away. Every time his gauge flickered toward yellow. He closed his eyes for half a second and reset his breathing. The crowd watched. And slowly, the narrative changed. They stopped seeing Laser Boy. They started seeing Control. When the timer ended, Izuku's team still had enough points to qualify. Barely. Mei cheered like she'd won a championship. Yes. Marketing. Uraraka giggled despite herself. Tokiyami nodded solemnly. The darkness approves. Izuku exhaled slowly. He'd made it. The finals. The part everyone remembered. The part that became offers and fame and judgment. The part where one mistake could become a headline forever. Tournament. The boy who wouldn't blink. His first match in the tournament was Shinso Hitoshi. Purple hair. Tired eyes. A voice that felt like it had been sharpened. The crowd wasn't flashy. But Izuku had watched him during the cavalry battle. He'd seen the way people moved strangely after Shinso spoke. Brainwashing. A voice trigger quirk. Shinso stepped into the ring and stared at Izuku's visor. Nice mask, Shinso said lazily. Scared to look at people. The crowd murmured. Izuku's heart kicked. Pressure. Yellow. He breathed. Dial. 0. Not scared, Izuku said calmly. Careful. Shinso smirked. Careful, huh? So you're admitting your quirk is dangerous. The crowd reacted. Izuku didn't flinch. Yes, Izuku said. That honesty made Shinso's smirk flicker. He tried again. So if I get you angry, you'll blow up. Izuku's hands tightened. Bakugo would have laughed. Izuku didn't. He closed his eyes. The slit shut. The crowd gasped, because it looked dramatic. But it wasn't drama. It was protocol. No, Izuku said. Eyes shut. If I get angry, I lock down. Shinso's voice sharpened. Then say something back. Are you really going to fight blind like some martyr? Izuku stayed silent. Because Shinso's quirk needed one thing. A response. So Izuku didn't give him one. Shinso's frustration rose. Wow. So you're just going to stand there like a statue. This is UA's hero. Izuku's gauge flickered. He breathed it down. Then he moved. Not with his eyes. With his body. Small steps. Listening. Mapping distance. Shinso circled, trying to bait him. Izuku waited until he heard Shinso's foot shift, weight forward. Ready to rush. Then Izuku flicked dial to 1, aimed down, blink shot the floor beside Shinso's leading foot. Thump. Shinso slipped, just enough. Izuku rushed in and tapped. Edged Shinso's wrist, gentle but decisive, forcing him out of balance. Then Izuku used one more tiny ground burst to pop Shinso backward out of the ring boundary. Shinso stumbled, surprised, crossed the line. And the buzzer sounded. Victory. The crowd erupted. Not because Izuku blasted anyone. But because he'd won without being baited. Shinso stared at him, breathing hard, something like respect cutting through his bitterness. You're annoying, Shinso muttered. Izuku nodded. I get that a lot. Izuku's next matches blurred. Hard fights, careful movement, burst-only optics, a growing ache in his neck and a burning fatigue in his eyes. But he kept winning. Not by being the biggest explosion. By being the most responsible weapon in the room. Then the bracket did what brackets always do. It lined up the inevitable. Izuku stepped into the arena for his next match and saw Todoroki Shoto waiting. Half cold, half flame, all quiet pressure. Todoroki stared at Izuku's visor like he was trying to calculate what lived behind it. The crowd roared. Because Todoroki was famous even before this. Because Endeavor's son was a headline by birth. Present Mike screamed, this is it. A clash of power. Will M. Midoriya's mystery eyes matched Todoroki's elemental monster. Izuku's gauge flickered yellow just from the noise. He breathed. Todoroki's voice was calm, almost flat. I watched your fights. Izuku blinked. Okay. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. You're holding back. Izuku's throat tightened. Because yes. He had to. Todoroki continued, you're fighting like you're scared of yourself. Izuku swallowed. I'm fighting like I don't want to hurt anyone. Todoroki's jaw tightened. That's not how you win. Izuku looked at him through the visor slit. And you, Izuku said quietly, are fighting like you're scared of your fire. The air went sharp. The crowd didn't know why that mattered. But Todoroki did. His eyes hardened. "Start," the referee called. The horn blared, and the temperature dropped instantly. Todoroki slammed his hand down and ice exploded across the arena like a glacier being born. The crowd screamed in awe. Izuku's body reacted with instinctive fear. Pressure. Yellow right pointing arrow, red flash. The visor beeped. Izuku swallowed hard. Red meant stop. Reset. He closed his eyes for half a breath. Count. 1, 2, 3. He opened them. The ice wall was already racing toward him like a tidal wave. Izuku moved. He didn't blast forward. He aimed down and used micro-bursts to propel sideways, short recoil steps, staying low, avoiding slipping. Dial 1. Thump, thump, thump. He skated around the edge of the ice wave, barely staying ahead of the freezing spread. Todoroki's eyes tracked him, calm, calculating. Then Todoroki created pillars, ice spikes erupting to block Izuku's path. Izuku didn't smash them head-on. He used shockwaves. He aimed at the ground beside the pillars and fired short bursts to fracture their bases and topple them away from his line, controlled destruction instead of explosive violence. The crowd began to notice the difference. Todoroki's power was spectacle. Izuku's was precision, but precision was exhausting, and Todoroki had more stamina than a glacier. An ice wall rose in front of Izuku. Behind him, ice crawled. A trap. Izuku's heart hammered. He felt fear rise. The gate slammed. Pressure. Yellow. He had a safe option. Lock down completely and retreat. But retreat meant getting boxed in. Todoroki was forcing him into a corner, the kind of corner where panic turned into accidents. Izuku clenched his fists. He remembered USJ. He remembered floating off the ground. He remembered building protocol in fear. So he did it again. He shouted, "Uraraka! Uraraka!" watching from the stands, startled. Izuku didn't need her to act, she couldn't from there. He needed to remind himself of the protocol. He needed the mental anchor. He whispered, "Blackout." Then he made his own version of it. He flicked his dial to 2, aimed straight down, and fired a control. Lead cone burst to launch himself upward, high enough to clear the ice wall without shattering it. Boom, thump. Recoil punched his spine. His vision flashed, but he sailed over the wall and landed on a safe patch of ground with knees bent. Stance stable. The crowd roared. Todoroki's eyes widened a fraction. He hadn't expected vertical movement without collateral. Izuku panted, eyes burning. Todoroki raised his hand again. More ice surged. Izuku realized the problem. He could keep dodging. He could keep being responsible. But Todoroki was going to outlast him with pure volume. And eventually, Izuku's fatigue would make him sloppy. Sloppy meant disaster. So Izuku did the only thing that could change the match. He attacked Todoroki's choice. He charged forward, not reckless, but committed. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He raised ice to block. Izuku flicked dial to 3. His highest safe setting. His visor readout screamed. Pressure. Yellow. Izuku braced harder than he ever had. He aimed not at Todoroki. At the ground in front of Todoroki's stance. Safe backdrop. Thick arena floor. He opened the shutter for a hair longer than a blink. Boom. Thump. The concussive wave surged through the floor and popped upward like a controlled quake. It didn't crack the arena. But it disrupted Todoroki's footing, just enough to force him to step back. Todoroki's ice wall wavered. Izuku kept his voice steady even as his neck screamed. "You're strong," Izuku said, panting. "But you're not using half your power." Todoroki's eyes sharpened. "Shut up." Izuku pushed forward. "If you keep refusing your fire, you'll lose." Todoroki's jaw clenched. "I don't need it." Izuku's eyes burned. His visor beeped softly. Pressure. Yellow right pointing arrow, orange near red. Izuku swallowed and forced himself not to panic. "You do," Izuku said quietly. "Because otherwise you're not fighting me. You're fighting your dad." Todoroki froze. The stadium didn't understand the silence. But Todoroki did. His breath hitched. Izuku took one slow step closer. "I know what it's like," Izuku said, voice hoarse, "to feel like your power is a curse. To feel like if you let it out, you'll become something people fear." Todoroki's eyes trembled. Izuku's voice softened down. "But being a hero isn't about pretending half of you doesn't exist." Todoroki's hand shook. His left side steamed from the cold. His right side stayed stubbornly still. The crowd began to murmur, confused. Present Mike whispered, "What's happening?" Todoroki's teeth clenched. Then he snapped, voice breaking just slightly. "I won't use it." Izuku's heart twisted. Because that was exactly the kind of refusal Izuku understood. So Izuku did something cruel and kind at the same time. He pushed his own limit. He flicked dial still at 3, aimed up, safe direction, and released. A short cone burst that blew air and dust upward like a shock flare. Not enough to harm, just enough to announce how much pressure he was holding back. The crowd gasped. Todoroki flinched, eyes widening. Izuku's visor screamed. Pressure. Red. The beep turned sharp. Izuku slammed the shutter shut instantly, full lockdown. He staggered. His neck screamed. His eyes felt like they were on fire from the inside. He tasted blood. But he stayed standing. And Todoroki stared at him like he'd finally understood. Izuku was fighting himself every second. And still moving. Todoroki's breathing turned ragged. Then, finally, something cracked, not ice. Todoroki's will. A flame flickered on his right side. Small. Almost shy. The stadium went silent for a heartbeat. Then erupted. Because Endeavor's son had used fire. Because the forbidden half had spoken. Todoroki's face twisted with conflict, rage, pain, freedom all tangled. Izuku's chest loosened despite the pain. Good, he thought. You're finally whole. Todoroki raised his right hand fully. And fire roared. Heat blasted across the arena, melting ice into steam. The shock of it hit Izuku like a wave. His visor strain eased slightly, heat wasn't his enemy. But the sudden shift in environment was. Steam meant low visibility. Low visibility meant his eyes had fewer anchors. Fear tried to rise again. Izuku's knees shook. He was at full lockdown. No firing. He couldn't. And Todoroki's fire-ice combo now moved like a real hero's power, balanced, terrifying. Todoroki stepped forward and unleashed a massive wave, heat and ice shaping the arena like weather. Izuku tried to run. His muscles moved. Then his legs slipped on meltwater. He fell hard. The crowd screamed. Izuku's visor clacked against the floor. He stayed locked. Stayed disciplined. But discipline didn't stop physics. Todoroki's final attack surged. The referee shouted, "Midoriya is out." The buzzer blared. Match over. Todoroki stood, breathing hard, staring at Izuku like the victory didn't feel like victory. Izuku lay on the ground, eyes burning behind the visor, chest heaving. Uraraka screamed his name from the stands. Iida looked like he wanted to vault the barrier. All Might stood rigid, worry carved into his face. Todoroki walked toward Izuku slowly. He stopped near him, voice quiet enough that only Izuku could hear. "Why?" Todoroki asked. Izuku swallowed through pain. Because you deserve to choose your own power." Todoroki's breath trembled. "Thank you," he said, like the words hurt. Then he turned and walked away, flames still licking his right side like a new truth he couldn't put back in the box. Izuku stayed on the ground for a moment longer, visor still locked, gauge slowly drifting from red toward yellow as his breathing steadied. He'd lost. But the crowd wasn't booing. They were cheering. Not for destruction. For restraint. For responsibility. For the boy behind the glass who fought like control was the strongest quirk in the stadium. Izuku closed his eyes and whispered. So quietly even the cameras couldn't steal it. "I didn't blow up. And that, today, felt like winning." After the sports festival, the world looked at Class 1A differently. Before, they were students. After, they were products. Pro-hero agencies sent offers like fishing hooks, names printed in clean fonts, flashy logos, promises of potential and growth. Kaminari got offers because he was entertaining. Kirishima got offers because he was raw and reliable. Todoroki got offers because he was Todoroki. Even Uraraka got a surprising number because her quirk was practical. Izuku's offer pile was weird. Not small, but strange. Some agencies wanted him because they saw a new kind of power. Some wanted him because they smelled publicity. And a few, just a few, felt like they were staring at him the way Shigaraki had. "Are you dangerous?" One offer was from an agency called Lockdown Security Heroes. Their pitch was basically, "You scare people, so join us and we'll scare criminals." Izuku shredded that one. Another offer wanted him as a special effects hero, because optic blasts look incredible on camera. Izuku shredded the two. Then All Might called him aside after class. Not in front of everyone. Quietly, in a hallway where the light was softer and the echoes were fewer. All Might's voice was careful. Young Midoriya, you've received many offers. Izuku nodded, holding the stack. All Might's gaze flicked to the visor, then to Izuku's face, like he was checking for strain. You've also gained a reputation, All Might said gently. Izuku's stomach tightened. Walking cannon. All Might flinched. Who said that? Izuku shrugged. The internet, probably. All Might's eyes softened with guilt. I'm sorry. Izuku shook his head quickly. It's not your fault. All Might hesitated. It isn't, entirely not my fault. Izuku looked up. All Might exhaled. Your power has to learn something most heroes don't have to learn. Izuku's throat tightened. How to be safe. All Might nodded. How to be safe first. Izuku stared at the offer pile. He dreamed of internships like a kid dreams of being chosen. Now it felt like choosing a bomb squad. All Might's voice lowered. I want you to consider someone specific. Izuku blinked. Who? All Might smiled faintly. Sir Night-Eye. Izuku froze. Sir Night-Eye. All Might's former sidekick. The one who was famous for being brilliant, strict. And, according to rumor, cold. Izuku swallowed. Why him? Izuku asked. All Might's eyes didn't look away. Because he understands the cost of power. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might added quietly. And because he'll never treat you like a weapon for fun. That was the highest praise. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, Izuku whispered. I'll go. Night-Eye's agency was clean in a way that felt intimidating. Not polished hero, clean. Hospital clean. Everything was white. Everything was sharp. Everything felt like it was designed for precision and judgment. Izuku stood in the lobby holding his internship paperwork like it was proof he was allowed to exist here. A woman with short hair and calm eyes approached him. I'm Bubble Girl, she said, voice gentle. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes. She looked at his visor and didn't flinch. Follow me. She led him through hallways into an office. And there he was. Sir Night-Eye sat behind a desk like a man who had been carved out of seriousness. He wore a suit. His glasses were neat. His posture was perfect. He didn't smile when Izuku walked in. He didn't greet him warmly. He stared, not at Izuku's face, at his visor. Then he said, flat and precise, remove it. Izuku's stomach dropped instantly. He opened his mouth. Night-Eye raised a hand. Before you protest, Night-Eye said, tone emotionless, understand this, my quirk can predict the future. If I do not see you without your gear, I cannot assess the risk accurately. Izuku swallowed. This wasn't Aizawa. This wasn't erasure. This was trust. And Izuku didn't feel like he deserved trust. But he wanted to be a hero. So he did it. Slowly, carefully, Izuku unlatched the visor and lifted it off. He kept his eyes angled down at the floor. No accidental line of sight discharge. He didn't even blink to Ted. Night-Eye watched him for a long moment. Then he said, look at me. Izuku's heart hammered. He hesitated, then forced himself to lift his gaze. He met Night-Eye's eyes. Night-Eye's expression didn't change, but something in his gaze sharpened. He reached forward and touched Izuku's hand. Night-Eye's quirk activated, and Izuku felt it, not physically, but like the room's air turned heavy. Night-Eye stared for several seconds, eyes unfocused like he was watching a movie only he could see. Then, he pulled back. His expression was the same, but his voice shifted, just a fraction. Put it back on, he said. Izuku grabbed the visor and latched it on so fast his fingers fumbled. Night-Eye didn't comment. He stood, walked around the desk, and saint. Ared at Izuku like he was evaluating a dangerous animal. You want to be a hero, Night-Eye said. Yes, sir, Izuku answered, voice trembling. Night-Eye nodded once. Then understand this, your greatest weakness is not your power. Izuku blinked. It's not. Night-Eye's gaze was sharp. It's your instinct to self-sacrifice. Izuku froze. Night-Eye continued, you will throw yourself into disaster. You will prioritize others over yourself. That is admirable. Izuku swallowed. And, Night-Eye said, voice harder, it is deadly. Izuku's throat tightened. Because, if I break. Night-Eye nodded. You become a secondary disaster. Izuku stared at him. He hated how true it was. Night-Eye walked to a side cabinet and pulled out a sealed folder. He tossed it onto the desk with a thud. Protocol, Night Eye said. Izuku blinked. Night Eye tapped the folder. You will stop treating control as personal discipline. Izuku's chest tightened. You will treat it as procedure, Night Eye said. Rules. Steps. Team integration. Izuku swallowed. That's what I started doing at USJ. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. Good. Then we will refine it. Bubble Girl smiled faintly, like she approved. Night Eye continued, because I watched your sports festival matches. You have power. You have restraint. He paused. You lack professional level containment habits. Izuku flinched. I'm trying. Night Eye cut him off with a raised finger. Trying is irrelevant. Heroes do not try to avoid collateral. They either do or they are liabilities. Izuku's stomach twisted. Night Eye's gaze flicked toward All Might's poster on the wall, a small one, almost hidden. His voice sharpened. Do you understand? Izuku nodded hard. Yes. Night Eye's expression didn't soften. Good, he said. Now we begin. Training under Sir Nai. Te was like being bullied by professionalism. He didn't just tell Izuku to control it. He forced Izuku to build a system. Day 1, paperwork. Izuku nearly cried. Night Eye handed him forms labeled. Risk assessment. Optic emission quirk. Collateral likelihood matrix. Safe backdrop checklist. Panic response procedures. Izuku stared at them, overwhelmed. Night Eye told him, fill them. Izuku stammered, when? Night Eye looked him dead in the eyes. Now. Izuku sat at a desk and filled them out like his future depended on it. Because it did. Then came physical training, not combat. Rescue. Night E took him into mock urban environments, tight alleys, cluttered rooms, simulated crowds. And he made Izuku do the same thing over and over. Approach. Scan. Identify safe backdrops. Identify civilians. Identify flammables. Identify fragile structures. Izuku's brain burned, but slowly, it became habit. Night Eye timed him. If you cannot do this in 3 seconds, you will not fire, Night Eye said. Izuku swallowed. What if I have to? Night Eye's voice was ice. Then you reposition. But what if someone? Then you reposition faster. It was brutal. It was logical. It was effective. Then Night Eye introduced something Izuku hadn't expected. Communication signals. You will not always be able to speak, Night Eye said. So you will build non-verbal protocols with your team. He taught Izuku hand signals. 2 taps on visor. I am at yellow pressure. 3 taps. Red. Clear radius. Open palm raised. Do not approach. Fist. I need anchored support. He even had Bubble Girl practice with him. Using bubbles as visual markers in environments. You need anchors, Bubble Girl said gently. Things that tell you where it's safe to aim. Izuku nodded. Then came the hardest part. Night Eye made Izuku practice failure. Your visor will fail, Night Eye said calmly. Izuku's stomach dropped. It won't. It will, Night Eye repeated. Everything fails. Then he had Mei send a dummy visor with a fault mode. And in training, without warning, the visor would lock incorrectly, or the dial would jam, or the shutter would delay. Izuku panicked the first time. He felt pressure surge. He felt that awful urge to fight it with will. And Night Eye's voice cut like a knife. Protocol. Izuku froze. He forced himself through the steps. Blackout. Float if possible. Clear radius. Eyes up. Run if needed. The second time, he did it faster. The third time, faster. The fourth time, it started to feel automatic. Not comfortable. Never comfortable. But workable. And slowly, Izuku realized what Night Eye was actually teaching him. Not courage. Not grit. Trust. Trust in procedure. Trust in teammates. Trust that he didn't have to be a lone hero trying to contain a storm with his bare hands. Then the real internship work began. One afternoon, alarms went off in the agency. A robbery. Hostages. A small gang holed up inside a convenience store with civilians inside. Night Eye looked at Izuku. Your first live operation, Night Eye said. Izuku's stomach twisted into knots. Me. Night Eye nodded. Yes, but you will not lead. Izuku swallowed. Okay. Bubble Girl adjusted her gloves. We go together. Izuku's visor readout flickered. Pressure. Green. He breathed. It ticked toward yellow anyway. Fear was weather. He prepared. They arrived at the scene to flashing police lights and screaming bystanders. The store was small. Glass windows. Metal shelves. Flammable products. A nightmare environment for optics. Izuku's heart hammered. Pressure. Yellow. Night Eye crouched and looked through a window crack. He turned to Izuku. Tell me, Night Eye said calmly, how you will behave. Izuku swallowed. He forced his brain into checklist mode. Step 1. I don't fire, Izuku said quickly. Quote. The store is full of reflective surfaces and flammable products. No safe backdrops. Night Eye nodded. Step 2, Izuku continued, I use optics only as a last resort. If I must, I aim down into the F. Lower away from civilians, micro bursts only, just to disrupt footing. Night Eye's gaze sharpened slightly. Good. Step 3, Izuku said, voice trembling, I focus on evacuation routes. My job is to create space, not destruction. Bubble Girl smiled faintly. Night Eye stood. Correct. Then he did something unexpected. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya, Night Eye said quietly, your power is frightening. Izuku's throat tightened. Night Eye continued, you cannot remove that from the public's mind. Izuku looked down. But, Night Eye said, voice firm, you can replace fear with reliability. Izuku swallowed hard. Night Eye stepped back. Now follow me. They moved. Night Eye entered first, calm, authoritative. Bubble Girl used bubbles to block sight lines and distract. Izuku stayed behind, visor locked at 0. Eyes angled downward. The criminals shouted. One swung a bat. Bubble Girl's bubble caught it, slowing it. Night Eye moved like a blade, precise, controlled. A criminal ran toward a hostage. Izuku's heart spiked. Pressure. Yellow right pointing arrow ORANGE. He tapped his visor twice, signal. Bubble Girl saw it and shifted to cover the hostage's line. Izuku stayed locked. Because the environment still criminal raised the bat again. And Night Eye stopped him with a clean strike to the wrist. Bat dropped. Hostage screamed. Izuku swallowed. He didn't fire. He didn't have to. They ended the robbery without collateral. No explosions. No broken shelves. No melted products. No laser boy incident. Just clean hero work. As they left, police officers stared at Izuku's visor. A bystander whispered, is that the kid from the sports festival? Izuku's stomach tightened. Then another bystander said something he didn't expect. He didn't even use his quirk, the person murmured, impressed. He was, careful, careful, not weapon, not hazard, careful. Izuku's chest loosened a fraction. Because fear didn't vanish, but it could change shape. That night, in the agency's quiet hallway, Night Eye walked beside him. You did not fire once. Night Eye said. Izuku nodded. It wasn't safe. Night Eye glanced at him. And how did that feel? Izuku thought carefully. Then he said something honest. It felt like, I proved I'm not just my quirk. Quote. Night Eye didn't smile. But his voice softened slightly. Good, he said. Because you aren't. Izuku stared forward, visor reflecting the hallway lights. He wasn't cured. He wasn't fixed. He was still a storm behind glass. But now he had something he'd never had before. A professional system for being human inside danger. And that meant the next time chaos came, he wouldn't just survive it. He could protect people through it. Hosu City didn't feel like the kind of place where villains hid. It felt like the kind of place where villains belonged. The streets were busy, bright with neon signs and late-night crowds. People laughed, phones in hand, hero merchandise everywhere, like the world was trying to convince itself that danger couldn't touch it if it smiled hard enough. Izuku walked behind Sir Night Eye in silence, visor on, hands tucked tight in his pockets so nobody could see them shake. Pressure. Green. Dial. 0. Shutter. Locked. He kept ding the little display like it was a heartbeat monitor. Because it basically was. Night Eye's voice cut through the city noise. Your eyes. Izuku stiffened. Yes, sir. Night Eye didn't look back. Yo. You've been checking the gauge every 20 seconds. Izuku swallowed. It helps. Night Eye nodded once. Good. Keep doing it. But don't let it become an obsession. Izuku hesitated. Isn't obsession kind of my brand? Bubble Girl, walking on Izuku's other side, muffled a small laugh. Night Eye didn't smile, but his tone softened by 1 degree. Your brand is diligence. Obsession is what gets people killed. Izuku's chest tightened. Understood. They were on a real patrol, no training environment, no controlled classroom, no safe wide open zone. Real sidewalks. Real civilians. Real glass windows and parked cars and surprise corners. Everything Izuku's power hated. And Night Eye had chosen Hosu for a reason. You know why we're here, Night Eye said. Izuku nodded. Stain. Bubble Girl's expression turned serious. The hero killer. Izuku's stomach twisted. Stain was a name that crawled into conversations and turned them cold. A villain who didn't just fight heroes, he judged them. He didn't rob banks. He didn't demand money. He attacked heroes like he was cleansing the world. Night Eye stopped near a crosswalk and scanned the area like a man counting exits. Stain is not a normal criminal, he said. He's ideology wearing a knife. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Night Eye's gaze flicked to Izuku's visor. And ideology loves symbols. If he sees you as a symbol of the wrong thing. Izuku's throat tightened. He'll try to prove it. Correct, Night Eye said. Which means you do not chase him alone. Izuku nodded hard. I won't. Night Eye stared at him for a second too long, like he didn't fully believe him. Then he continued walking. The city moved around them, people crossing, laughter, distant sirens like background music nobody cared about anymore. Izuku's pressure stayed green. He tried to convince himself that meant he was fine. Then his phone buzzed. One message. From Iida. Izuku froze mid-step. Because Iida didn't message like this. Not casually. Not during internships. The text was short, too short. Midoriya. Hosu. Help. Izuku's blood went cold. Bubble Girl noticed immediately. Midoriya. Izuku's fingers tightened around his phone. It's Iida. Night Eye stopped. Slowly. Like his body already knew the answer before Izuku said it. What did he say? Night Eye asked. Izuku's mouth went dry. He needs help. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. Where? Hosu, Izuku said, voice cracking. He's here, he's in the city. Night Eye's jaw tightened. Bubble Girl's eyes widened. Iida is here, but his internship. Night Eye held up a hand to stop her. He looked at Izuku like he was measuring the distance between student and hero. You are not leaving, Night Eye said. Izuku's chest tightened. Sir, Izuku started. Night Eye's voice sharpened. Midoriya. Stain is in Hosu. Your classmate is in Hosu. And your instinct is to run toward danger. Izuku's throat burned. He's asking for help. Night Eye stepped closer, low voice, controlled. Then we call local pro heroes. We do not split. Izuku's phone buzzed again. Another message. 2 words, like a punch. Stain. Alley. Izuku couldn't breathe. Stain. Iida. Alley. The exact environment where Izuku's quirk became a liability. Night Eye watched Izuku's face and seemed to understand everything that was happening inside him. He spoke slowly, like he was forcing the words to be solid. You will not become a second emergency, Night Eye said. Do you understand? Quote. Izuku nodded, because he did understand. That was the worst part. He understood the logic. He understood the protocol. He understood that if he panicked in a tight alley, he could kill civilians and then Stain wouldn't need to murder heroes, Izuku would do it for him. But Iida was there. And Iida was asking him. Izuku's pressure gauge flickered. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. He swallowed and forced his breathing down. 1, 2, 3. The gauge steadied at yellow. Not red. Not yet. Night Eye watched the gauge. You're escalating. Izuku whispered, he's my friend. Night Eye's voice didn't soften. And you're my intern. You follow procedure. Izuku's hands trembled. Then a third message arrived. No words. Just a shaky, accidental voice note. It was short, distorted by wind and movement. But Izuku heard enough. Iida's voice, tight, furious, scared. I'm not letting him. Then a sound like impact. A grunt. And the audio cut. Izuku's stomach dropped into the floor. He looked up at Night Eye. Eyes burning behind the visor. Sir, Izuku said, voice shaking, I can't ignore that. Night Eye's expression didn't change. But Bubble Girl's did. She looked like she wanted to say yes and didn't know if she was allowed to. Night Eye exhaled through his nose. Fine, he said. Izuku's heart jumped. Night Eye held up a finger. But you do not go alone. Izuku nodded rapidly. Night Eye pointed at Bubble Girl. You call it in. Alert the nearest pro heroes. Get a response team moving. Bubble Girl nodded instantly and pulled out her phone. Night Eye looked at Izuku again, eyes sharp. And you follow my instructions. You do not chase blindly. You do not fire unless you have safe backdrop confirmation. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes, sir. Night Eye's voice dropped into something colder. And Midoriya, he said. Izuku's chest tightened. Yes. Night Eye's gaze cut straight through him. If you feel your pressure hit red, you disengage. Even if it hurts. Even if it feels wrong. Izuku's throat burned. He nodded anyway. Because Night Eye was right. Because being a hero wasn't just about R. It was also about not becoming danger. Night Eye turned and started moving, fast and precise. Now, Night Eye said, we move. They reached the alley 10 minutes later. 10 minutes that felt like 10 years. Hosu's backstreets were darker, narrower. The neon from the main road didn't reach here. Trash bags sat by doors. Fire escapes climbed the buildings like metal skeletons. Izuku's pressure was yellow the whole run. Not red. He clung to that. Then he smelled blood. Fresh. Metallic. His stomach turned. They turned the corner. And Izuku saw it. A hero lying on the ground. Bleeding. A man in a hero costume. Native. Collapsed against the wall, eyes white and glassy with pain. And above him, Iida. Kneeling. Armor scuffed. Glasses cracked. Breathing hard like he'd been sprinting for hours. And standing over both of them like a shadow with a sword. Stain. No dramatic entrance. No flashy villain costume. Just a man with a ragged scarf, blades in his hands, and eyes that looked like they had never forgiven the world. Izuku froze. So did Night Eye. Stain's gaze snapped toward them immediately. It didn't land on Night Eye first. It landed on Izuku. On the visor. And Izuku felt it, like being looked at by someone who didn't care if you lived. Stain's mouth curled. A child. His voice was quiet, but it scraped. Night Eye stepped forward, calm and firm. Hero killer Stain. Step away. Stain didn't. He tilted his head slightly, studying Night Eye. You're not here for glory. You're here because you were called. His eyes flicked back to Izuku. And that one, smells like fear and responsibility. Izuku's stomach clenched. Pressure. Yellow right pointing arrow ORANGE. The gauge pulsed. Izuku forced a breath. Night Eye's voice sharpened. Midoriya. Protocol. Izuku nodded, tiny. He kept his dial at 0. Locked. No firing. Because it was an alley. Walls, windows, metal pipes, flammables, humans. Worst case environment. Iida's head lifted. His eyes locked on Izuku. And Izuku saw it, something broken inside him. Not physically. Emotionally. Iida's voice trembled. Midoriya, don't. Stain's eyes narrowed. You. Engine boy. You came for revenge. Iida's jaw clenched. Shut up. Stain smiled, slow and unpleasant. So predictable. He lifted a blade slightly. Heroes who move for ego, Stain whispered. I kill. Izuku's heart slammed. He couldn't let Stain move. But he couldn't blast. So Izuku did what Night Eye drilled into him. Approach. Scan. Identify safe backdrop. Identify civilians. Identify fragiles. The alley had one safe direction. Up. Straight up. No balconies overhead. No hanging wires. Clear patch of sky. If he fired, it had to go up. Otherwise, no. Izuku lifted his chin slightly, eyes still behind the visor slit. Dial stayed 0. He wasn't firing. Not yet. Night Eye moved first. He stepped in, precise, trying to cut off Stain's line. Bubble Girl wasn't with them, she was calling in backup, so it was just Night Eye and Izuku, with Iida wounded but upright. Stain moved like a ghost. He slipped to the side, scarf trailing, blade flashing. Night Eye dodged, barely. Stain wasn't fast like Bakugo. He was worse. He was efficient. Stain aimed for tendons. For disabling strikes. For blood. Izuku's pressure spiked again. Orange. He forced a breath. 1, 2, 3. Night Eye barked, Midoriya. Get native out of the line. Quote. Izuku snapped into motion. Yes. Rescue first. He sprinted to Native, crouched, and grabbed him carefully under the arms. Native groaned weakly. Kid. Izuku whispered, don't talk. I'm moving you. Native's costume was heavy. Blood made it slippery. Izuku dragged him backward toward the corner, away from blades. And that's when Stain did exactly what Stain did. He punished Rescue. Stain flicked a knife. It didn't aim at Izuku's face. It aimed at his side. A quick cut, shallow but fast. Izuku felt the sting and then warmth. Blood. His pressure gauge jumped. Orange right pointing arrow red flash. The visor beeped sharply. Izuku's breath caught. Stain's eyes sharpened with something like satisfaction. Blood, Stain murmured. Good. Izuku tried to move, and his body stopped. Not frozen by fear. Frozen like his muscles had been switched off. Izuku's eyes widened. Stain's quirk. Bloodcurdle. Paralysis. Izuku's heart hammered wildly, trapped inside a body that wouldn't listen. Stain smiled. There it is. Now you're honest. Izuku wanted to scream, but he couldn't even clench his fist. Night Eye snapped. Midoriya. Stain's gaze slid toward Night Eye. You care. That makes you slow. He lunged. Night Eye dodged, but Stain was relentless, pressing like a moral storm. Izuku's visor beeped again. Pressure. Red. He was paralyzed. And his power was at red. This was Night Eye's nightmare scenario. If the visor failed now, if the shutter slipped, Izuku would be a cannon with no body control. He would fire into whatever direction his face happened to be pointed. And right now, his face was angled down the alley. Toward people. Toward Night Eye. Toward Iida. Izuku's mind screamed. Protocol. But how do you follow protocol when you can't move? Then Izuku remembered something Night Eye forced him to practice. Not calm. Procedure. Even in fear. Even in pain. Even in failure. Izuku couldn't move his hands. But he could still do one thing. He could control his eyes. Barely. He forced his eyelids shut. Hard. He sealed the slit. No vision. No stimulation. He angled his face upward as much as his stiff neck allowed, slowly, painfully. He couldn't lift his chin fully. But he could shift the direction enough. Up, up, up. Then he did the only emergency action he could do without hands. He triggered the visor's emergency foam. May's failsafe was a small bit. E-tab inside the mouth guard, something you could clamp with your teeth. Izuku bit down. CHK, FSSSH. Foam erupted inside the visor slit, sealing it instantly. Total blindness. Total lockdown. But safe. Izuku's pressure stayed red, but the output path was blocked. He couldn't become a beam. He could only be a helpless, locked down human. Izuku exhaled through trembling lips. He'd chosen the option that saved others at the cost of himself. Stain noticed. His eyes widened slightly. You sealed it, Stain murmured, almost intrigued. Even paralyzed, Izuku could hear him step closer. Stain crouched, leaning near Izuku's face like he was inspecting a weapon. Most would fire, Stain whispered. Most would panic and burn everything around them. Izuku couldn't answer, but maybe he didn't need to. Stain straightened, and turned his attention back to Iida. Engine boy, Stain said softly. This is what I mean. You came for revenge. He came for rescue. Iida's eyes trembled. Shut up. Stain lunged at Iida. Night Eye stepped in, but Stain was too close. Blade flashed. Iida cried out and fell, blood spreading on the ground. Izuku's heart shattered inside paralysis. Then, a wall of ice slammed into the alley. Stain jumped back. Steam rose. Todoroki stood at the alley entrance, breath visible, eyes sharp. His voice was calm, but his anger was real. Get away from them. Izuku couldn't see it, foam and blindness, but he heard it. He heard Todoroki's footsteps. He heard the hiss of ice and fire. He heard Stain laugh. Yes, Stain said, pleased. A real one. Todoroki moved fast, creating ice barriers that narrowed Stain's angles. Limiting his movement. Smart. Todoroki was doing what Izuku couldn't, controlling the space. Stain dodged anyway, blades scraping ice. You children play hero, Stain hissed. But you don't understand it. Todoroki's voice tightened. You're hurting people. Stain snapped, I'm removing fakes. Night Eye barked, Todoroki. Don't let him taste your blood. Izuku's heart jumped. Night Eye knew Todoroki. No, he meant it generically. Because Stain's quirk was blood. Todoroki answered, tense. Understood. Stain mouth gaps, trying to get a cut. Night Eye fought with precision, using his training and stance to keep Stain from reaching Todoroki. But Stain was still Stain. He was built for this. He feinted, then darted, slashing Todoroki's arm. Todoroki grunted. Blood. Izuku's stomach dropped. Stain's voice softened with delight. Now. Todoroki froze. Paralyzed. Night Eye swore. Izuku's jaw clenched. Stain turned to Night Eye, voice almost reverent. See. This is my power. It reveals truth. Night Eye's expression sharpened. Your power reveals nothing but your delusion. Stain lunged again. Night Eye dodged, but he was being pushed back. And Izuku, blind, foamed, paralyzed, could only listen. This was hell. Then Todoroki's voice cut through, strained. Midoriya. Todoroki called. If you can move. Izuku couldn't. But his paralysis was fading. Stain's quirk didn't last forever. Izuku felt it like pins and needles in his limbs, painful, but returning. He forced his fingers to twitch. Then to curl. Then to move. His pressure gauge was still red, but the foam seal held. He couldn't blast. So he did the only thing he could do. He used one for all. Not at full power. Not reckless. Just enough strength to matter. Izuku shoved himself upright, wobbling, blind. His hands reached out, feeling the wall. Concrete. Okay. He oriented by sound, Stain's footsteps, Night Eye's breath, Todoroki's stillness. He moved forward. Stain laughed when he heard Izuku's stumbling approach. What's this? Stain mocked. The cannon has become a blind child. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. Better than killing someone by accident. Stain paused. Just for a fraction. And that fraction mattered. Night Eye exploited it, stepping in, striking Stain's wrist. A blade clattered. Stain hissed, retreating. Izuku kept moving, blind, using his body as a barrier between Stain and Ida's position. Stain snapped. Why? Why protect him? He came for revenge. Izuku's breathing shook. Because he's still trying to be a hero. Stain's eyes narrowed. Even when he's wrong. Izuku's chest tightened. Yes. Stain stared at him for a second like he hated that answer because it was sincere. Then Stain lunged at Izuku, aiming for another cut. Izuku couldn't see, but he could hear. Footstep. Air shift. Blade whisper. Izuku braced. And Todoroki's ice surged, forming a wall that intercepted Stain's path. Stain slammed into it, snarling. Night Eye struck again, clean, sharp. Stain staggered. Izuku, still blind, lifted his visor slightly with shaking fingers, foam still sealing the slit. He didn't remove it completely. He just cracked it enough for a tiny slit of vision. Enough to see shapes. Enough to aim upward if necessary. Pressure. ORANGE, falling. Good. Not red. He had control again. But the environment was still an alley. He still couldn't unleash. So Izuku made a choice that was both tactical and moral. He didn't try to overpower Stain. He tried to end it safely. Izuku flicked dial to 1. Micro only. He aimed at the ground beside Stain's foot. Safe backdrop. Pavement. Blink shot. Thump. Stain's footing slipped. Night Eye moved in, binding with a clean hold. Todoroki, still partially paralyzed but recovering, used ice to lock Stain's legs. Stain struggled for a second. Then stopped. Not because he was defeated physically. Because he was evaluating. He looked at the three of them, Night Eye, Todoroki, Izuku. And his expression changed. Not softer. But more serious. You, Stain said to Todoroki. Voice rough. You fight with anger. But you came to save others. Good. He turned to Iida, who was trembling on the ground, shame and fury tangled. You, Stain hissed, are weak. Your heart is muddy. Then his gaze snapped to Izuku again. The visor. The foam seal. The blood on Izuku's side. You, Stain said, almost quiet, sealed your own power to prevent collateral. Izuku's throat tightened. Because I'm not here to prove something. Stain's eyes burned. And yet you did. Izuku didn't understand. Stain continued, voice low and intense. A true hero is not someone who wins. A true hero is someone who chooses others over themselves, even when no one is watching. Izuku's chest tightened. That's why I kill fakes, Stain whispered. Because the world is rotting with heroes who want applause. Night Eye snapped, your ideology does not justify murder. Stain smiled, sharp. Maybe not. Then he tilted his head toward Izuku. But that boy, Stain said, is not fake. The words hit Izuku like a punch. Not because Stain was right. But because someone who hated fake heroes had looked at Izuku and seen something real. And that scared Izuku more than being called a weapon. Because it meant his choices mattered. It meant his restraint mattered. It meant if he ever failed, he wouldn't just break buildings. He'd break the idea he represented. Sirens wailed closer. Pro-heroes arriving. Stain's eyes flicked toward the sound, calculating. Not today, Stain murmured. He strained, trying to break free. Then Todoroki's ice tightened. Night Eye held firm, and Stain, finally, went still. He let himself be captured. Not because he couldn't escape. Because he wanted the world to hear what he'd just said. The rest of Hosu exploded into chaos. Nomu attacks. Villains swarming. Pro-heroes fighting in the streets. Night Eye didn't let Izuku chase. He didn't let Todoroki chase. He didn't let Iida move. They stabilized, reported, and held position until backup arrived. It was maddening, but it was correct. By the time the pro-heroes fully secured the scene, Izuku's pressure had dropped back to yellow, then green. His blood loss was minor. His fatigue was not. He sat on the curb with a bandage on his side, visor resting in his lap like a helmet you only took off when you survived. Night Eye stood in front of him, arms crossed. "You disobeyed me," Night Eye said. Izuku swallowed. "Yes, sir." Night Eye's eyes narrowed. "You ran toward Stain." Izuku nodded again. Night Eye's voice stayed hard. "That was stupid." Izuku flinched. Then Night Eye added, quieter. "And also correct." Izuku blinked. Night Eye didn't smile. "You followed protocol once you arrived. You prioritized rescue. You sealed your output when you were compromised." Izuku's throat tightened. "I didn't want to." "I know." Night Eye said. "That's why it matters." Bubble Girl arrived, breathless, eyes wet with worry. "Are you okay?" Izuku nodded quickly. "I'm okay." Bubble Girl looked at the foam residue on his visor. "You used the emergency seal." Izuku nodded. It was the only safe choice. Bubble Girl exhaled shakily. "Good job." Night Eye looked at Izuku one more time, gaze sharp. "Midoriya," he said. "Today you learned something about fear." Izuku swallowed. "That it doesn't go away." Night Eye nodded. "And that you can build procedure around it." Izuku looked down at his visor. His hands stopped shaking for the first time since the messages came. He whispered, "Stain called me, real." Night Eye's expression tightened. "Do not take moral validation from a murderer." Izuku nodded. "I know." Night Eye's voice softened slightly anyway. "But take this lesson. People like Stain will try to define heroism for you." Izuku looked up. Night Eye continued, "The public will. The internet will. Villains will. Even All Might's shadow will." Izuku's chest tightened. Night Eye's gaze held him steady. "You define it," he said. "With what you do when you're afraid." Izuku swallowed hard. He latched the visor back onto his face. Pressure. Green. Shutter. Locked. He stood up slowly, sore and exhausted. But standing. And somewhere deep inside him, a quiet truth settled. His power wasn't heroic. His choices were. Hosu didn't end when the sirens faded. Hosu ended on people's phones. It ended in shaky clips, touring alley walls, Stain's voice like gravel, the crowd of pro-heroes swarming in at the end like a tide. It ended in captions and edits and arguments. Stain praises a student. Is Midoriya the real hero? UA is making weapons. That visor is terrifying. He sealed his own power. Izuku tried not to watch. He failed. Not because he wanted praise. Because he needed to understand what the world was seeing when it looked at him. And what the world saw was not Midoriya Izuku, awkward kid who takes notes. Quote, "The world saw a black visor, a bloodstain, a boy who didn't fire even when a murderer was in front of him. A boy Stain called not fake." The phrase spread faster than any explanation ever could. And that was the problem. Because a phrase didn't include the foam seal in his visor. Or the panic alarms in his head. Or the fact that, not fake, was a knife Stain used to cut the world into pieces. Izuku sat on a bench outside the Hosu Medical Center with his visor off, bandage on his side, staring at the ground while Night Eye finished statements with the police. Bubble Girl stood nearby, arms crossed, watching him like she'd decided he was her responsibility now. "You keep pulling at the bandage," she said gently. Izuku froze. He hadn't noticed. His fingers stopped. "Sorry," he muttered. Bubble Girl's eyes softened. "You're shaken." Izuku swallowed. "I'm still hearing the messages." Iida's message. The voice note cutting out. The helplessness. Bubble Girl nodded slowly. "That kind of fear doesn't go away fast." Izuku stared at his visor, lying in his lap like a sleeping animal. "Stain saw me as a test." Bubble Girl hummed quietly. "Stain sees everyone as a test." Izuku's throat tightened. "What if I fail next time?" Bubble Girl didn't do empty reassurance. She just said the truth, calmly. "Then you follow protocol faster." Izuku let out a KY breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Right, he whispered. Protocol. The word felt heavier than it should. Because it wasn't a rule anymore. It was the thin line between hero and disaster. When they returned to UA, it didn't feel like coming home. It felt like walking back into a place that was trying desperately to pretend it was safe. There were more security cameras. More gates. More patrols. More teachers visible in hallways where students used to roam like it was a normal school. And then there were the reporters. They weren't allowed inside UA, but they didn't need to be. They crowded the perimeter like birds waiting for crumbs, microphones ready, cameras pointed at the gates. Izuku stepped off the bus with his visor on, hood up, and still heard his name. Midoriya. Is it true Stain praised you? Are you All Might's secret student? Is your quirk really, laser eyes? The noise hit him like a wave. His visor readout flickered. Pressure. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. Izuku breathed. 1, 2, 3. Yellow steadied. He kept walking. But a question cut through the rest, sharp and ugly. Are you a walking weapon? Izuku's steps faltered for half a second. Because the answer wasn't simple. No, he wasn't a weapon. But yes, his body could behave like one if he lost control. And in the world of cameras and headlines, nuance died first. Aizawa appeared at the gate like a ghost with insomnia. He didn't yell. He just looked at the reporters with dead eyes, and something about his stare made the crowd quiet a little, like animals sensing a predator. Go home, Aizawa said flatly. A reporter tried to push a mic closer. Erase her head. Is UA hiding dangerous quirks? Aizawa's scarf twitched. His eyes glowed red for a brief instant. The reporter visibly reconsidered their career choices. Aizawa didn't do theatrics. He just stepped aside and jerked his chin at the students. Inside, he said. Izuku crossed the gate. The noise faded behind the walls, but the pressure in his chest didn't. Because the world had seen him. And the world was already building a story about what he was. Iida didn't come to class the next day. Neither did Todoroki. Neither did Izuku. Technically, he was ordered to rest and report. But rest didn't mean sleep. Izuku sat in his room that night, visor on his desk, All Might's notebook open beside it, and stared at a new file Night Eye had handed him before leaving. Incident. Hosu, Stain. Subject. Media aftermath and risk. Night Eye had written one line in neat, merciless handwriting. Fame increases the chance of provocation. Izuku swallowed. Because he understood what that meant. It meant villains would look at him differently now. Not as a random student. As a symbol. And symbols were targets. Izuku's phone buzzed. A message. From Uraraka. Are you okay? Izuku typed back with trembling fingers. I'm okay. Just tired. Another buzz. From Iida. Just a location ping. No words. Izuku's stomach dropped. He stared at the screen. Then he stood up so fast his chair scraped. He grabbed his visor and latched it on. Pressure. Yellow. 1, 2, 3. He messaged back. I'm coming. Iida was on the rooftop. The wind up there was colder. The city lights beyond UA glittered like the world was pretending it wasn't full of knives. Iida stood at the edge, hands gripping the railing so hard his knuckles were pale. His glasses were replaced. New ones, but they didn't hide the fact that his eyes looked hollow. Izuku approached slowly. Iida, he said softly. Iida didn't turn. Midoriya. Izuku stopped a few feet away. How are you feeling? Iida's shoulders shook once, like a laugh that couldn't find air. How am I feeling? Iida whispered. I disgraced myself. I disgraced my family. I endangered Native. I endangered you. Izuku swallowed. You were scared. Iida's head snapped toward him, eyes fierce. No, I was selfish. Izuku flinched. Iida's voice cracked. I wanted revenge. I wanted it so badly that I stopped being a hero. Izuku's throat tightened. Because he understood the two. He understood what it felt like when your emotions became a steering wheel. Iida stepped away from the railing and bowed deeply, so deeply it looked painful. I am sorry, he said. Voice shaking. I used you. I dragged you into my shame. Izuku's hands curled. He wanted to say, it's okay. But it wasn't okay. Not fully. People could have died. So Izuku said the truth instead. It wasn't okay, Izuku said quietly. Iida froze. Izuku continued, voice steady. But you're here. You're owning it. You're not pretending. Iida's breath hitched. Izuku's eyes burned. Not with pressure, just emotion. You didn't become Stain, Izuku said. You didn't decide you were above everyone else's lives. Iida's shoulders trembled. You made a mistake, Izuku said. A huge one, Iida whispered. Yes. Izuku stepped closer. So now, you do what heroes do. Iida looked up slowly. Izuku's voice softened. You learn. You change. You carry the guilt without letting it drive the car again. Iida stared at him like he was trying to memorize the words. Then his mouth opened, like he wanted to argue, and instead he exhaled, long and broken. Thank you, Iida whispered. Izuku nodded. Also. Iida blinked. Izuku's mouth twitched. Next time you need help, send more than 2 words. A weak sound escaped Iida, half laugh, half sob. I will, Iida promised. Izuku let himself breathe, and for the first time since Hosu, the tightness in his chest eased slightly. Because he wasn't carrying it alone. The next week, UA did what UA always did after trauma. It kept moving. Final exams were announced like the world hadn't tried to kill them. Teacher versus student combat tests. Written tests. Preparation schedules. And also, quietly, a new layer of security briefings that nobody called panic. But everyone felt like panic. Izuku's offer pile from agencies doubled. Not because he'dvil, because he'd been on camera with Stain. And that made him valuable in a way Izuku hated. The letters were all different flavors of the same hunger. We can use you. One agency offered him a public safety containment hero track. Another suggested he work in riot control. One even wrote, proudly, that his intimidation factor could discourage civil unrest. Izuku stared at that letter for a long time. Then he tore it slowly. Not in anger. In disgust. All Might found him doing it. All Might didn't stop him. He just stood in the doorway, big shoulders tense, and said softly, You're choosing well. Izuku's throat tightened. They don't want a hero. All Might nodded. Some people don't. Izuku looked up. Is that what Stain meant? All Might's face tightened. He didn't answer directly. But he did say, carefully, Stain is wrong about a great many things. Izuku swallowed. But he's not wrong that some heroes are acting. All Might's eyes softened, sad. No. Izuku looked down at the torn paper. All Might stepped closer. Young Midoriya, if you chase perfection, you will break. Izuku's hands clenched. Then what do I chase? All Might's voice was gentle. Responsibility. The kind you're already learning. Izuku exhaled shakily. He thought of Night Eye's protocol. Of Bubble Girl's calm. Of Aizawa's kill switch glare. Then he thought of something else. A new idea forming in his head since Hosu. If his eyes were the main output path, and fear spiked the gate. Then maybe the solution wasn't just contain the eyes. Maybe the solution was to reduce the pressure arriving at the eyes in the first place. Izuku looked at All Might. I want to try something. All Might blinked. What is it? Izuku chose his words carefully. Full cowl, Izuku said. But, optic version. All Might's brows lifted. Izuku continued, fast, excited in that terrified way he got when an idea might save lives. If I spread one for all across my whole body more evenly, like a current instead of a surge, maybe less of it will spike through my optic gate. Maybe my eyes won't be the easiest exit. All Might stared at him. Then his face lit with something like pride and relief. That, All Might said quietly, is a very good plan. Izuku's chest loosened. Because for the first time, he wasn't just reacting to fear. He was engineering around it. But the world didn't give him time to build in peace. Because while Izuku was refining control, someone else was refining a plan. The League of Villains didn't watch Hosu like the public did. They watched it like hunters. In a dark bar lit by a flickering screen, Shigaraki leaned forward, elbows on the table, fingers twitching at the hands on his face. The screen replayed the alley clip. Stain's voice, rough and certain. That boy is not fake. Shigaraki's laugh was thin. He's famous now. Kurogiri stood behind him like a shadow wearing manners. Fame brings attention. A new voice cut in, amused and lazy. A man with patchwork skin and dead eyes, Dabi, leaned against the wall. Walking Cannon Kid, Dabi murmured. He's fun. Another figure crouched on the bar counter like a cat in human shape. Toga tilted her head, smiling. I want his blood, she sang. Spinner, hunched and reptilian, muttered, Stain respected him. That means something. Shigaraki's fingers scratched at the hand on his face. It means he's useful, Shigaraki said. Kurogiri's tone stayed polite. You intend to recruit him. Shigaraki's smile widened, ugly. No, Shigaraki whispered. I intend to break him. He stared at the paused frame, Izuku's visor reflecting alley light. A hero who's scared of his own eyes, Shigaraki murmured. That's perfect. Dabi snorted. How? Shigaraki's grin sharpened. You don't steal a weapon, Shigaraki said. You make the weapon go off. Toga clapped lightly, delighted. Ooh. Shigaraki leaned back. We provoke him, he whispered. We corner him. We make him choose. Kurogiri's fog swirled. Choose what? Shigaraki's eyes glinted. Choose between being a hero, he said softly, and being a disaster. The trap didn't spring with fireworks. It sprang with something smaller. A rumor. A leak. A schedule posted in the wrong place, at the wrong time. A student leaving campus when he thought nobody would notice. Izuku didn't even realize he was being followed. Not at first. He was too focused on final exams. On full cal training. On breathing protocols. On the pressure gauge that had become his silent partner. The day it happened, he had slipped out after class for one reason. Support department. May had asked him to come by for a quick adjustment, something about the foam cartridge NOS. ZLE and a new, stabilizer brace, for his neck to reduce recoil strain. Izuku told himself it was routine. He told himself it was safe. He told himself UA was secure. And technically, it was. But he wasn't attacked inside UA. He was attacked on the way back. The street outside was busy, students, locals, vendors, the normal life that made danger feel impossible. Izuku walked with his hood up, visor on, bag slung over his shoulder. Pressure. Green. Then the crowd shifted. Not dramatically. Just, wrong. People moved aside too cleanly, like they were making a corridor without realizing. Izuku's skin prickled. His pressure flickered. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. He slowed. He listened. Footsteps behind him, too steady. Not random. Intentional. Izuku's hand touched his visor dial out of habit. Dial. 0. Locked. He turned a corner toward a quieter side street. And a girl stepped into his path. She was smiling. Too bright. Too friendly. Hi. She chirped. Excuse me, are you Midoriya Izuku? Izuku froze. His pressure jumped. Yellow. 1, 2, 3. He forced it steady. Izuku hesitated. Yes. The girl's smile widened. And something in her eyes was wrong. Too sharp, too hungry. I'm a big fan, she said sweetly. Can I have, just a little? Before Izuku could ask a little what, her hand moved. A small blade flashed, fast. Izuku jerked back on instinct. The blade grazed his sleeve, barely missing skin. His heart slammed. Pressure. Orange. Izuku stumbled back. People nearby didn't react, because the street behind him had gone too quiet. Izuku's mouth went dry. Illusion. No, worse. People were being kept away. He glanced sideways. Fog. Not thick, not dramatic, just a subtle haze curling at the far ends of the street like the world was being gently sealed shut. Kurogiri. Izuku's stomach dropped. The girl giggled. Teehee, she said. Almost. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. You're. She leaned closer, eyes shining. Toga. Izuku's blood went cold. Toga. The League. His pressure spiked. Orange right pointing arrow red flash. The visor beeped sharply. Izuku froze for half a heartbeat. Red meant protocol. Not emotion. Not panic. Protocol. Izuku raised his hand and tapped the visor 3 times. Even though nobody was here to see it. Because it anchored him. He whispered, blackout. He didn't have Uraraka to float him. So he used the next step. He stepped backward into open space and tilted his face upward. Sky. Clear line. Safe direction. Then he did something he'd never done in public. He activated optic full cowl. Not the blast. The distribution. He pushed one for all through his body like a controlled current, legs, core, shoulders, so it wouldn't surge straight into the eyes. His muscles tightened. His heartbeat steadied. His visor readout trembled. Pressure. Red right pointing arrow ORANGE. Good. Not safe. But better. Toga pouted. Ah. You're not screaming. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't afford to answer. Answering meant giving her rhythm, giving fear a voice. Toga lunged again, blade flicking. Izuku moved, fast, but controlled, sidestepping, using full cowl footwork, not his eyes. He Jikan lit and used it as a shield. The blade sparked against metal. Toga giggled like this was a game. You smell like bravery and anxiety. She sang. It's cute. Izuku's jaw clenched. He could not let her cut him. Stain's quirk wasn't here, but Toga wanted blood for her own reasons. Izuku backed toward a wider area, scanning quickly for safe backdrops. Concrete wall behind Toga. Good. No civilians in immediate radius. Fog sealed both ends, still dangerous but contained. Izuku's pressure hovered orange, not red. He had a small window. Toga lunged again, closer this time, aiming for his side where the bandage still itched under his shirt. Izuku flicked his dial to 1. Micro only. He aimed at the pavement beside her foot. Blink. Thump. The concussive pop didn't blow her away. It just stole her balance. Toga slipped, laughed, spun, and recovered like a dancer. Ooh, she chirped. You're doing the careful thing. Izuku's chest tightened. Because that was the point. But someone behind the fog clapped slowly. A new voice, dry and amused. Well done, the voice said. The fog parted slightly. Shigaraki Tamura stepped forward like rot-given legs. Hands on his face. Smile sharp. Izuku's blood turned to ice. Shigaraki tilted his head. You didn't explode. Izuku's pressure ticked upward. Orange. He kept his face angled slightly upward. He kept his dial low. He kept breathing. Shigaraki took another step. You know, Shigaraki said conversationally, I thought you'd be easier. Everyone says you're a bomb. Izuku's voice was tight. I'm not. Quote. Shigaraki's smile widened. Not yet. Izuku's gut clenched. Shigaraki spread his fingers slightly, like he was ready to touch the ground. Decay. If he touched anything, it would crumble. Debris. Chaos. The exact environment that could push Izuku into a catastrophic mistake. Shigaraki looked delighted. You get it, he whispered. You already know how this ends if you lose control. Izuku swallowed hard. What do you want? Izuku demanded. Shigaraki's smile turned almost gentle, which was worse. I want you to choose, Shigaraki said. Izuku's heart hammered. Shigaraki gestured lazily toward the fog at the far end. Kurogiri's portal shimmered. And beyond it, Izuku saw a silhouette. A person. A civilian. Hands bound. Mouth covered. Eyes wide with terror. Izuku's stomach dropped. Hostage. Shigaraki's voice softened. Poisonous. You can blast, Shigaraki said. You can try to knock me away. You might hit the hostage. You might not. Izuku's pressure spiked toward red. Orange right pointing arrow red flash. The beep screamed. Izuku's hands trembled. Shigaraki's smile sharpened. Or, Shigaraki said, you can do nothing, and watch us walk away with them. Izuku's mind screamed. This was the choice. This was the trap. Not a fight. A dilemma designed to create panic. Designed to make him pick a bad option. Designed to turn his power into the headline they wanted. Izuku's throat burned. He forced himself through protocol like he was drowning and the steps were air. Step 1. Confirm safe direction. Sky, safe. Step 2. Confirm civilians in blast plane. Hostage, yes, behind fog. Step 3. If pressure red. Disengage unless lethal threat imminent. Lethal threat, hostage. Izuku's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He couldn't blast Shigaraki safely. So he did something else. He lied. Not with words. With movement. Izuku flicked his dial, still 1, and aimed straight up. He opened the shutter for a blink. Thump. The blast went skyward, harmless, but loud enough to startle. The sound echoed. Toga giggled. Shigaraki blinked, annoyed. What was that supposed to? Izuku used the distraction to sprint, not at Shigaraki. At the fog. At the hostage line. Because Shigaraki expected him to stand and calculate forever. Izuku moved like he'd decided. Toga lunged to intercept, knife flashing. Izuku turned his shoulder and took the hit on the trash lid again, sparks. Then kicked off. Full cowl pushing his legs like springs, aiming for the edge of the fog where the hostage silhouette flickered. Shigaraki's voice sharpened. Kurogiri. The fog thickened. A portal opened under Izuku's feet. Trying to swallow him. Izuku's heart slammed. Red. He couldn't fall into a portal blind. He didn't know where it would send him. He did the only thing he could do in a split second. He read down, micro burst, at the pavement beside the portal edge. Blink. Thump. The recoil popped him sideways out of the portal suction. His neck screamed. His eyes burned. But he landed on solid ground. And in that same motion, he dove forward and grabbed the hostage's arm through the fog. His fingers closed around a sleeve. Real. Human. The hostage jerked, terrified. Izuku yanked. And Kurogiri's portal shimmered again, trying to pull the hostage away. Izuku's muscles strained. Full cowl surged. Not in his eyes. In his arms. In his core. He pulled with everything he had. Shigaraki hissed in irritation. Toga shrieked with laughter. He's strong. He's so strong. Izuku's pressure stayed red. But he didn't fire. He didn't fire. He didn't fire. Because this wasn't a blast problem. This was a rescue problem. Izuku got the hostage free, just enough for the person to stumble out of the fog radius. The fog thinned slightly as the hostage crossed into open air. Izuku shoved them behind him. Run! Izuku shouted. The hostage didn't need to be told twice. They ran. Shigaraki's smile vanished. His voice went cold. You ruined it. Izuku's breath shook. I saved them. Shigaraki's fingers twitched toward the ground. Then I'll make you pay, Shigaraki whispered. Decay would turn the street into rubble. Rubble would turn Izuku into a bomb. Izuku saw it coming like a car crash. And then, Fami. Liar's scarf snapped through the air like a whip. Aizawa landed between them like a sleep-deprived guardian angel with murder in his eyes. Shigaraki froze. Because Aizawa's eyes glowed red. Erasure. Instantly. Izuku felt the pressure behind his eyes ease, like someone had pulled his head out of water. His visor readout dropped. Red right pointing arrow, yellow right pointing arrow, GREN. Izuku almost collapsed from relief. Aizawa's voice was flat and furious. You're really persistent. Kurogiri's fog flared in alarm. Eraser head. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, annoyed. TCH. Aizawa didn't look at Izuku yet. He just said, Midoriya. Behind me. Izuku obeyed instantly. Toga pouted. Ah. No fun. Aizawa's scarf whipped toward her, and she hopped back like a cat avoiding water. Shigaraki stared at Izuku through Aizawa, eyes burning. You're learning, Shigaraki said softly. That's annoying. Aizawa's gaze stayed on Shigaraki, dead. Leave. Kurogiri opened a portal immediately. Shigaraki stepped back, smiling again, because Then retreat looked like confidence on him. This isn't over, Shigaraki whispered to Izuku. I'll get you to choose again. Then the fog swallowed them. They vanished. The street returned to normal like a nightmare ending abruptly, leaving only a racing heart and the taste of fear. Izuku stood there shaking, breathing hard, visor readout steady at green now only because Aizawa was still erasing. Aizawa finally turned his head slightly. His eyes were half-lidded, exhausted. But his voice was sharp. You left campus without notifying me. Izuku's throat tightened. It was support department, May. Aizawa cut him off. You were followed. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Aizawa's scarf fell still. And for a second, something human crossed his face. Something like relief that turned into anger because relief meant it was close. You did not fire, Aizawa said. Izuku nodded, breathing ragged. I couldn't. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Good. Then he added, quieter, almost grudging. You rescued the hostage. Izuku's chest tightened. Aizawa looked away like he hated feeling anything about it. Aid. We're increasing your security protocol. Izuku swallowed. Are they going to keep trying? Aizawa didn't sugarcoat it. Yes, he said. Izuku's hands trembled. Aizawa's voice stayed flat. And now you know what they want. Izuku nodded slowly. They want me to lose control, Izuku whispered. Aizawa glanced back at him. They want you to be afraid, Aizawa corrected. Because fear is the only way they can steer you. Izuku swallowed hard. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. So we make you harder to steer. Izuku nodded. He looked down at his hands, still shaking, but he realized something important. In that alley, the trap had been built perfectly. And he had still found a third option. He hadn't exploded. He hadn't frozen. He'd rescued. Not because he was fearless. Because he had a system. Because he was learning how to be a hero in a body that could ruin everything. And now the villains had confirmed what he'd been suspecting since Hosu. He wasn't just being watched by the public anymore. He was being studied by monsters. UA didn't call it panic. They called it adjustments. After Shigaraki's Little Street ambush, the school's response wasn't dramatic. No speeches. No announcement to the students that the league had personally decided Midoriya Izuku was a fun new toy. Instead, Aizawa Han dead Izuku a printed sheet with the same calm brutality he used for homework. Midoriya updated safety protocols. No solo travel off campus. Support department visits require escort. Visor integrity check twice daily. Emergency phone cartridge replaced weekly. Pressure red equals disengage, even if insulted, even if provoked. If abduct attempt occurs, do not fire unless safe backdrop confirmed. At the bottom, in Aizawa's messy handwriting, you're not allowed to be dramatic. Izuku stared at the paper for a long time. Then he laughed quietly. Because of course Aizawa wrote that. Aizawa watched him from the doorway. Half asleep, eyes sharp. You think that's funny? Aizawa asked. Izuku swallowed and nodded. A little. Aizawa's scarf twitched. Good. Humor helps keep you from being stupid. Izuku's smile faded. They're going to keep trying. Aizawa didn't deny it. Yes. Izuku's throat tightened. So what do I do? Aizawa stepped closer, gaze steady. You get better. And you let other people help. Izuku nodded slowly. Aizawa pointed at Izuku's visor. And you stop thinking that being controlled means being weak. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Your power isn't heroic. Your restraint is. That's your strength. Izuku swallowed hard. He'd heard the idea before, from Night Eye, from Bubble Girl, from himself. But hearing it from Aizawa, the man whose quirk could shut him off like a machine. It landed heavier. Like it mattered. Then Aizawa said the next thing like it was nothing. We're doing training camp. Izuku froze. Training camp. Already. Aizawa yawned. Yes. And Izuku understood instantly why. A training camp wasn't just, get stronger. It was, get stronger somewhere safer. It was a controlled environment away from cities, away from crowds, away from the league's favorite toys. A place where UA could make him harder to steer. So they left. The forest was thick and humid and alive. The air smelled like pine and dirt and wet leaves. The camp facility was rustic, wood cabins. Training fields, a mountain slope that looked like it existed specifically to make students cry. The teachers were there in force. Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Smintos, Vlad King, even All Might, though he stayed in the background, quiet and watchful. And the wild pussycats. Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, Mandalay, and Tiger greeted them like chaotic aunties. Pixie Bob clapped her hands. Welcome, little kitties. Kaminari whispered, why do I feel like we're about to suffer? Izuku whispered back, because we are. Mandalay's calm voice carried easily. We're her. To help you develop your quirks under pressure. Izuku's stomach tightened. Under pressure. His favorite thing. Then Tiger, huge, muscular, leaned down toward Izuku with a grin. You, Tiger said, pointing at Izuku's visor, are going to learn control in the worst way. Izuku swallowed. What's the worst way? Tiger's grin widened. Exhaustion. Izuku's soul tried to leave again. Training camp was brutal, but it wasn't chaotic like USJ. It was controlled suffering, which was, weirdly comforting. Pixie Bob's earth manipulation turned the forest into a moving maze. Students screamed as the ND twisted into walls and pits and tunnels. Izuku's pressure flickered. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. He breathed. 1, 2, 3. Yellow steadied. He didn't fire. He ran. Full cowl movement, small percentages distributed across his body, legs stronger. Core stable. Optic full cowl was becoming more real. Not as a special move. As a constant baseline. And when the environment got tight, when earth walls closed Izuku used micro-cone bursts upward to pop himself onto higher ground without shattering terrain. Mei's neck brace helped. The recoil didn't whip his head as badly. His visor gauge stayed in control more often. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Then came the real challenge. The teachers split the class into pairs for combat training. Your opponent, pro heroes. Your task, survive and learn. Izuku's partner was Iida, which felt like fate apologizing. Iida approached him with stiff posture, then bowed deeply. "Midoriya," Iida said, voice steady. "I will not fail you again." Izuku swallowed. "You don't have to say it like you're swearing an oath." Iida's jaw tightened. "I am swearing an oath." Izuku almost smiled. "Almost." Then Mandalay's voice echoed through their minds, her telepathy cue. "You're making it feel like the forest itself was talking." Pair assignments. Midoriya and Iida will train against Smintos. Izuku's stomach dropped. Concrete manipulation. Walls. Pillars. Tight spaces. The one hero whose entire fighting style was, turn the world into backdrops. This was either perfect, or horrifying. Iida looked determined. "We can do this." Izuku nodded, visor readout steady. Pressure. Green. Smintos approached like a walking building. He didn't smile. He didn't taunt. He just raised a hand. And concrete erupted from the ground, forming a labyrinth around them in seconds. Corridors. Turns. Dead ends. Pillars. Everything narrow and echoing. Izuku's pressure jumped. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. He swallowed and forced his breathing down. Protocol. He could do this. Smintos' voice echoed. "Your job is to navigate. Escape. Coordinate." Iida whispered, "We move fast and find an opening." Izuku nodded, eyes scanning for safe direction. Up was mostly blocked by concrete ceilings. Sideways was dangerous, ricochets. Shrapnel. So Izuku did what he'd learned with Night Eye. Don't fire. Reposition. They ran. Iida's engines propelled him down corridors like a bullet. Izuku followed with full cowl, using controlled momentum. Staying near Iida's slipstream, Smintos reshaped the corridor ahead, sealing it. Iida skidded to a stop. Izuku's heart spiked. Pressure. Orange. He breathed. 1, 2, 3. Orange steadied. Iida looked at Izuku. "We're trapped." Izuku shook his head. "Not trapped. Redirected." He scanned quickly. A narrow gap at the ceiling seam where two concrete plates met. Not huge, but enough. Izuku flicked dial to 1. Aim upward. Micro. Blink. Thump. The concussive pop cracked the seam, not exploding it, just widening the gap. Dust fell. Iida immediately understood. He crouched, engines roaring, and launched upward through the gap like a rocket. Izuku jumped after him, catching the ledge and pulling himself up. They emerged into open air. Smintos was already waiting, concrete rising around his feet like a tide. "You're learning," Smintos said. Izuku nodded. "Good." Again, and again, and again. By the end of the session, Izuku's neck ached, his legs trembled. His visor gauge flickered yellow more often. But he hadn't hit red once. Not once. That alone felt like victory. Iida stood beside him afterward, breathing hard. "You're incredible," Iida said, genuine. Izuku shook his head, wiping sweat. "No, I'm just prepared." Iida's expression softened. Then his face hardened again. "Midoriya," Iida said, voice low, "if the League comes." Izuku's stomach tightened. Iida continued, "I will be your escort. I will be your anchor. You will not carry it alone." Izuku stared at him, then nodded. "Deal," Izuku whispered. And for a moment, in the middle of the forest, Izuku felt something he hadn't felt since childhood. Safety. Not because danger was gone, but because people had chosen to stand beside him in it. That night, the camp went quiet. Students collapsed into futons like dead bodies. Kaminari moaned about muscle cramps. Kirishima bragged through exhaustion. Uraraka laughed softly with Tsuyu in the corner. Izuku sat on his bed, visor off, cleaning the foam nozzle and checking the seals like it was ritual. Integrity check. Twice daily. He'd become that kind of person. The kind of person who treated his own face like equipment. Iida sat across from him, polishing his glasses. Neither of them spoke for a while. Then Iida said quietly, "Are you afraid?" Izuku paused. He could lie. He didn't. "Yes," Izuku said. "All the time." Iida nodded. Like that answer made sense. "And yet you keep going." Izuku looked down at his visor. "I don't really have a choice." Iida's voice softened. "Yes, you do." Izuku blinked. Iida continued, "You could quit. You could hide. You could choose safety." Izuku swallowed. "But then people get hurt." Iida nodded. "Exactly." Izuku's throat tightened. He latched the visor back on, not because he needed it in the cabin, but because it made him feel grounded. Then Mandalay's voice brushed the edges of his mind, soft, like a warning wind. Everyone, lights out soon. Rest well. Izuku relaxed slightly. The forest outside was quiet. Almost peaceful. And that was when the glass cracked. Not literally. Emotionally. Because Izuku's pressure gauge flickered without reason. Green right pointing arrow YELLOW. Izuku froze. His heart started to pound. What? He whispered. Iida looked up. Midoriya. Izuku swallowed. No noise. No fight. No trigger. So why yellow? His instinct screamed. Something was wrong. Then Mandalay's voice returned. Not calm this time. It wasn't a broadcast to everyone. It was directed. Straight into Izuku's mind. Midoriya, get up. Izuku's blood turned cold. He stood instantly. Iida stood with him, already moving. What is it? Quote. Izuku's pressure spiked. Yellow right pointing arrow ORANGE. Mandalay's voice trembled. There are intruders. The cabin's door exploded inward. Wood splintered. Students screamed. A figure stepped into the doorway like a shadow lit by moonlight. Dabi. Blue flames licking his fingers like lazy hunger. His eyes swept the room and landed on Izuku's visor. He smiled faintly. Well, Dabi said, voice bored. Found the cannon. Izuku's stomach dropped. The League had found them anyway. Despite the forest. Despite the teachers. Despite everything. The trap had sprung. And this time it wasn't an alley. It was a cabin full of sleeping kids. A perfect place to force panic. A perfect place to make a weapon go off. Izuku's visor screamed. Pressure. Red. The beep was sharp, frantic. Izuku's hands trembled. Dabi's smile widened as if he could hear the beep. Ah, Dabi murmured. That sound is adorable. Iida stepped in front of Izuku instantly. Stay behind me, Iida snapped. Izuku swallowed hard. Protocol. 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 Step 1. Clear radius. Impossible, kids everywhere. Step 2. Safe direction. Up. Roof. Wooden roof. Flammable. Bad. Step 3. If red, disengage. Disengage where? The door is blocked. Dabi's flames flickered. Don't do it, Dabi said lazily, eyes on Izuku. Don't look at me wrong. Izuku's breath broke. He couldn't fire. He couldn't even risk a microburst in this cabin. Would humans panic? So he did the only thing he could do. He sealed. Izuku bit the mouth tab. CHK, FSSSH. Emergency foam sealed the visor slit. Total blindness. Total lockdown. The beep stopped. But now Izuku couldn't see. Iida grabbed his wrist. Midoriya. Izuku's voice was rough. I can't risk it. Dabi laughed softly. Good choice. Then he stepped forward, flames rising. He wasn't here to kill everyone. Not yet. He was here to provoke. To separate. To steal. Izuku heard a scream outside, another cabin. Then another. Mandalay's telepathy burst through in panic. The League is attacking. Evacuate. Chaos hit like a wave. Students rushed. Doors slammed. Footsteps pounded. Izuku's blindness turned the cabin into a nightmare. And Dabi moved like he owned the dark. Izuku felt the heat shift in front of him. He heard Iida's engines roar. Then a thud. Someone slammed into a wall. Izuku's heart screamed. He reached out blindly. And his hand grabbed fabric. A sleeve. Not Iida's. Different. Small. A student. Izuku pulled them close instinctively, shielding them with his body. Then Dabi's voice whispered from too close. You're doing great, Dabi murmured. So responsible. So careful. Izuku clenched his teeth. Dabi continued, almost amused. Which makes you perfect for what we want. Izuku's stomach twisted. Then the heat vanished. A warped sound. A soft whoosh like air folding. Kurogiri. Izuku's blood turned to ice. Because warping didn't care about blindness. Warping didn't care about protocol. Warping took you anyway. Izuku heard a student scream, close. Then the scream cut off abruptly. Kidnapped. Dabi laughed quietly. Oops, he said. Looks like we got one. Izuku's chest tightened. Another student screamed outside. Then another. This wasn't a fight. It was a raid. A coordinated strike to grab someone and leave. And Izuku knew the terrifying truth. They weren't just here for Bakugo. Or Tokiyami. Or any of the strong ones. They were here for fear. For chaos. For the moment where Izuku might break. Iida's hand squeezed Izuku's wrist hard. Midoriya, Iida shouted over the chaos, we must move. Now. Izuku nodded, blind, foam-sealed, relying entirely on Iida. They sprinted out of the cabin. The night air hit Izuku's face like cold water. He could smell smoke. He could hear screaming. He could hear teachers shouting. He could hear villains laughing. And he could feel it, inside his skull, pressure building again, trying to push through a sealed gate. Because fear didn't care about foam. Fear was still in his chest. Iida pulled him through the forest, engines roaring. Izuku stumbled, trusting Iida completely. Then Mandalay's telepathy slammed into his mind again, sharp and desperate. Midoriya, if you see anyone taken, do not chase alone. Izuku's throat burned. He couldn't even see. But he could hear one name shouted in the distance, raw and furious. Bakugo. Kirishima. Then another voice, panicked. Tokiyami. Then a scream that cut through the forest like a knife. Izuku's stomach dropped. Someone was taken. Maybe more than one. And even blind, even sealed, Izuku felt the world tightening around the next choice. Because the League wanted this. They wanted him running toward chaos. They wanted his protocol to crumble under urgency. They wanted the glass to crack. Izuku's visor readout, blind behind foam, didn't matter anymore. Because his real gauge was inside him. How close he was to becoming the very disaster he feared. And right now, under moonlight and smoke, he was closer than ever. All Might straightened slightly.
Thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, share, and subscribe, and don't forget to check out my Patreon too. Until then, take care, we'll see you in the next video.